Okay, guys, as per daily, I lost some video for some piece of shit cocksucker developer reason, and I'm terribly sorry. For no reason, I lose a video, at least one video every single day, for some fucking dumb, like, rudimentary reason because of software being so incompetent. I just lose a video every day, so I lost a video there,
Connecting.
which was fun. I'm back in trying to get this all done. My keyboard's working fine now. It was Windows. Windows was the actual problem. I don't know what it was. Fucking annoying. If I take this off, can I still guide the mouse? Yeah. So then why is this even plugged in? I don't know. Kind of feels broken a little bit. No, it's fine. Just, I don't know. Are you going to load that? I don't think you are. Hi guys, sorry about that. Terrible technical software developer problems. I don't know what I don't know what they're all on about all the time. They just suck so much all the time. I just expect them to fail most of the time now and cause me a lot of heartache and problems. So here we are. I'm going to go back and reload everything that I lost. Come on now. History. 11 tabs. Restore window. Okay. We publish it. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure you're just stealing more money. Oh, yeah, nice. Oh, thank you. Nice. Grey Warden X. Thank you. Nice. Thank you, Grey Warden. You just froze, did you? Yeah, you did. Nice. Good job. Good job, software developers. I should smack you. Good job, software developers. Look at you stumble and it take 10 minutes to load and break and stumble. Oh, good games, you guys. So good. So good. Go ahead, go, okay. Going back up. Oh, good. You stumbled on YouTube, another piece of shit software developer failing and sucking dick all day and causing another fucking semantic blockage. You know, hey, cool. Thanks, software developer. Thanks, YouTube. Dude, let's just get in line. How many software developers can fuck me and break their products right in front of me? Let's see. I'm counting on YouTube breaking. Let's see. Final Fantasy. Let's see. Stop. I burnt my finger badly. It hurts. Okay. I don't know what happened here. I lost 5 drones because my keyboard stopped working. I don't know. Yeah, no, this thing doesn't have any drones. I don't know. View market details. Are there any nearby? 8 jumps away. Are you fucking serious? Well, at least I can probably target now with the 3 drones I've got left or whatever. It's fine. Goddamn software developers fucking sucking so much goddamn dick right in the fucking front of our fucking faces live on stream. They make me so fucking sick. Goddamn software developers fucking failing over and over and over again. Thanks for killing my drones for no reason, you worthless piece of shit software developer.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I need to go make sure this meat is spread out. Right back. So I'm going to need a ladle. At least it's all working again. My bear's gone. I lost that bear. Why did I lose that bear? Probably because I didn't feed it or whatever. Oh god, I don't know. The game's like not really doing so good for me. I'm not really having that much fun. I made a lot of money, but I mean, I'm not really having that much fun playing the game, to be honest. So all these are back again, huh? You want me to kill all these again? That seems like a software developer piece of shit thing to do. Yeah, just force me to do it all again. Yeah, it seems like software developers for you, just doing things 5 or 10 times more than you need to for no reason. That seems like modern software developers for you. Please kill these things. I've been trying to get through this mission for like an hour. Wait, I got my drones back somehow. I don't know how, but I got my drones back somehow. Nice. Okay, well, 5 drones is all I need. Let's go. I was riding my bear in the corner. Now it's gone. Great. Whatever. Okay, we're going to start YouTube stream again. Good. Unlisted. How many times a day am I gonna have to tell it to go public? How many times? How many times? You worthless piece of shit software developer. How many times? How many times have I told you to start this client? I don't know. Try again. Oh, no. Hey, you logged. You actually started it. Nice. I didn't think you were capable of it. Cool. Hey, you didn't fuck with me like the last 5 developers in the whole line. Nice. Thanks. Please don't fuck me anymore, you worthless piece of shit software cocksuckers. Please don't. It's just, please don't do this anymore. I already lost a video today to you pieces of shit. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I like this game, but it's so slow and so stupid. It's so slow. It's so stupid. I just have to buy another bear. I just lost all the loot that was on that bear for no reason. No explanation, nothing. I log in and there's no bear. It's just gone. That's software developers for you. Fuck you, spread you, take your time, steal from children, fucking fuck up the world, like destroy the Republican Party, destroy the country and everything and everybody. And everything's Bitcoin and online software crime and trafficking and Andrew Tate now. Thanks, software developers. I lay it all at you. This is you. I don't know. It's 8:30. I'm not getting on just yet. I want to go to the goldsmith and sit there and try to do crafting. That's really all the copper that was for sale? Really? Okay. I guess best I just get back up chopping again. I don't know. I'm learning that the bear is stupid and it just gets me targeted, but it is nice to level it till it's just inevitably stolen by the GMs or the devs or some piece of shit PvP or something. Why do you give us these assets if you constantly just take them back away again? It's just stupid. Just like you, developer. Fucking dumb. Oh, good. I got all 8 drones back. Yay. That's good. At least some of the crisis was averted. Wonder if there's a good Mortal 2 fishing guide.
Anyway, what you can do with them? Well,
care for them. So she noted that
So, okay, but you lost my list, right? Of course you did. Fuck, you lost my list, you
had
son
at
of
one
a
point
bitch.
become so immersed in bodybuilding that he was too distracted to pay attention to his kid.
So, come back to history. The onions are starting to smell real good. This is going to smell so good. I can smell them. No, I can't do it. I can't redo the... I can't redo this list. It's so dumb. There's all of this stuff, but I can't. I'm just going to have to do it from list to list. Well, what were we watching? It was like the worst assassination attempts. Yeah.
His kids, aka Tim, also was taking a bunch of steroids.
Of course he was.
Kids, aka Tim, also was taking a bunch of steroids. Show a picture of Tim a year before he started doing steroids, and then show him after that. All natural. That's what broccoli and chicken get you. A little bit of creatine. A little bit, just for that pump, just to get me started. As things got worse, they began private mediation to determine the custody of the children. And as the divorce got messy, Tim feared he would lose over half of his income. Oh, my Asley dying money? Are you kidding me? This is all my Hot Topic shirt sales out the window. There they go. Thanks, Megan. Because of this, he reached out to a personal trainer at his gym about helping him find someone to kill his wife. Hey, man, you coming in today? Yeah, I'm gonna get my pumping. Hey, you know anybody who can kill my wife? Sure do. Yes, sir. Yes, I do. The trainer pretended to find the perfect man for the job, but secretly tipped off the police instead. Hey, man, you look like a freak. Thanks, Tim. Do you know anybody who can kill my wife? Yeah, man, definitely. If there's a guy gonna kill his wife soon, you know, I mean, like, what the f was he thinking? An undercover cop met with Tim, pretending to be the hitman. He received $1,000 for expenses on top of his wife's address. $1,000, Tim?
Wow.
Warp drive active.
No, I want you to... Thank you. Took forever. Thanks, software developer, for that little like snare of lost time right there, like on every single fucking client I use. Thanks.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay, we did another one of these stupid ass missions. Yay. Getting towards the end here. This was not worth doing. I would have rather just paid for diamond tags. Now we go back to Tanu.
Warp drive active.
So I'm learning that while leveling the bear is nice, I can't seem to keep them, like, at all. And so I'd rather just chop and run the wood back. I have all that wood that was on the bear, but the bear itself is fucking gone. Fucking totally fucking gone. What happened here? Well, as far as things go, the bear is actually not that bad. As long as, I mean, this wood right here will pay for the bear. That's good. Guess I will just sell this wood and buy a new bear. Fucking annoying. Gonna sell some wood. We're gonna do... Ooh, the onions smell so good. I like crock pots full of meat and onions and stuff. It's fucking sweet. Time, cost, highest first. 3 gold, 55 for ironwood. Gray wood is at 52. We have 905 white wood. Gray wood. They seem to like gray wood more. Dapple wood. White wood. Okay, good. There is enough, hopefully, to buy a bear. And I'll bring a saddle over to... See, I think somebody stole my bear. Look, I don't care, though. I fed him. I don't know why he fucking... I fed that bear. I have no idea why he reneged. But anyways... Why is it blue to me? I don't know. I am going to buy a bear, but I need to get in my saddlebags. I'm gonna put saddlebags where I can, like, get to it. Yeah, saddlebags. Large bear bag. Large bear bag in armor. Okay. Well, I lost the bear. Cool. Yay. If you get knocked down, stand tall and come back again. Ugh, you guys are wedging the goddamn door. You're so annoying. $35? Alright. Okay, that was a little cheaper than I thought it would be, but it was still kind of bad. Let's just go make the recovery from the loss. I don't know why this hour was different. Why? Because my keyboard failed. You suddenly needed my bear to fucking like not eat and fucking fail loyalty instantly in 5 minutes or whatever. I don't really understand software developers. But whatever. We're still up. We're like really up. Like genuinely up. I am trying to go auto jump. Jump.
Warp drive active.
Yep. Seems good. Okay, back to what I was doing before all that stupid bullshit happened. God. I have a lot of earth crystals for some reason. How did that happen? Wait, what? I guess I gotta look at stuff to sell, I guess. Ooh, yeah, maybe I should sell these earth clusters too, huh? Why do I have a crab ape? Oh, right, because I'm holding those for when I open Tau. Kindred seals, ice clusters. Silver ingots, that's good. Hells yeah, we'll take those too. Yeah, nice. Oop, what's this? I'm dead instantly. Why? You killed my Tristan instantly. Why? Oh my god, it's Jark. Or Sasta. I don't know why this happened. Why do you do this so much?
Warp drive active.
You're such pieces of shit. Just kill me or whatever. Oh my god. Why do you do this so much? You're so fucking stupid, you stupid piece of shit developers. This has got so toxic to even travel anywhere that like the game's unplayable. Why do you do this, you stupid cocksuckers? Well, whatever. I'll have to go back and get a new ship. What else is new? Just burn 15 mil. Burn 15 mil. Honestly, I think I would have done better just buying tags at this point, blowing like 200, 500 mil on tags or something. But that means moving tags somewhere, which means harassment and losing. You know, and it's like combat the piece of shit developers and their terrible design, combat the people robbing each other, combat the fucking loss all the time, combat the fucking pointless like murder of my ship for no reason. I forgot I forgot why I wasn't leaving the station. The progress on this quest isn't going anywhere, and I kind of want to like stop doing this for a little while because it's really making me angry. The developer failure is so evident
Docking
all
permission
over it.
Requested. Docking
I
request
just really don't
accepted.
want to do this anymore. Like, you know, I'm just being honest. Star Convo. This is so dumb. Hurry up, you. Defeat Taphos in trial by combat. I would if I could, motherfucker. I would if I could. Where? Tanu. Okay. Where is the closest... I don't know. Where... Isn't Heck close to here or something like that? How far is Heck from here? It's 16 jumps. I don't know. I don't think I want to do that. Can I kill him in a Corvette? Let's go see. Let's go see if I can kill him in a Corvette. I fucking doubt it. But hey, who knows? Maybe. No, there's no way I'm going to be able to beat this guy in a Corvette. There's no way. I'm just fucked. I mean, developers are involved. Am I surprised? No. Developer just shafted me and fucked me. I mean, that's just what they do. That's how they design, and that's what I should have expected. Okay. I will have to go out and detonate and come back in a new Tristan. Now I'm going to set my destination to here, and I will detonate. Please detonate. You're so annoying, piece of shit developer. You guys got me down. You brought me down. I was having such a good day, and all the piece of shit developers failing all at once. Just it totally fucking like rained on my day. I don't know what their fucking problems are. Pieces of shit. I don't know why the OS stopped working and you had to kill my video, crash all my games, force me to restart, get me back in, fucking like take all my drones, force me to deal with that fucking mission for 45 minutes. Why are you guys like that? Why do you do stupid shit like this? Why? I mean, why? You know, this was most of this stuff. Ugh.
And someone to kill his wife. Hey man, you coming in today? Yeah, I'm gonna get my pump in. Hey, you know anybody who can kill my wife? Sure do.
I'm gonna go check on my dinner real quick. I will go and buy my house now, I believe, because I do have enough engineering now to do it. I just need to bring some pickaxes with me and move some stone back and forth with this bear. We'll go up, I guess, around this garb more so. Oh, gotta put lossless on. There we go. I don't know. I don't think I really want a party right now, but I wouldn't mind one. It's gonna be the new day. I am full. Oh yeah, I have stuff I need to sell. Yeah. Ooh, silver ingots though. I had a lot of silver ingots selling here. I think I've got like a I don't know, 60K coming in from that. I suppose I could just kill Auxiliaris all night and just try and get drops. That is a viable way. I guess I could just sit in one place and sick pet, and then just leave it until you know, until they respawn, and sell those for money. That's a passive way to make money. Ooh, Earth is up. Ooh. Oh, I gotta do the silver first. The onions are starting to smell so good. 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 Hey, 4 views. Hey, shit's going up. Nice. Good.
There's something about this photo that's fascinated me ever since I first saw it.
Little icon here, and then we're going to.
Well, just think about that. In 1987, they were paying 10 grand back then. I mean, he's like, listen, dude, Mega's gonna take half. If you complete it, I'll give you more. On top of his wife's address, gate codes, and
Mega's
pictures.
gonna take half. Mega's gonna take half.
He's gonna take half. If you complete it,
Mega's gonna take half.
they were paying 10 grand back then. I mean, he's like, listen, dude, Mega's gonna take half.
Mega's gonna take half. No, I was like, no way you said that. He did. I mean, that's how I feel too. Mega's gonna. Any money that you make in this country is worthless now. Mega will just take half of it until we get rid of them. Oof.
You complete it, I'll give you more. On top of his wife's address, gate codes, and pictures, the murder was planned to happen while the kids were with him. The job would pay out an additional $20,000 upon completion. All right, well, fucking, maybe someone should kill me, dude. Tim Lambesis was soon arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison after pleading guilty. He was released on parole in 2016. After his release, they let Tim join back in As Lay Dying because then they made this big sappy video.
Oh wow!
It's pretty funny.
Oh
Like,
wow!
people
That was
make
it.
mistakes,
I heard
we
about
change, we
this.
grow.
Yeah.
And then immediately afterwards, they all left because they're just like, no, we can't. We can't be with this guy. Tim Lambesis became the sole member of As Lay Dying, but still claims that the band will continue. Although throughout history, people have attempted to assassinate high-profile people in power. One of the most
I can't believe the name of it was As I Lay Dying.
cartoonishly ridiculous cases revolves around the CIA's many failed assassination attempts of Fidel Castro. How could they possibly be so bad at it? Isn't that kind of their thing?
He's a slippery little fish.
He was Slippery Castro, is what we called him. Fidel Castro was a communist leader in Cuba that the CIA actively tried to assassinate for many, many years. Some of these methods included poison cigars, because Fidel Castro loved his cigars, all right? So soon after he came into power, the CIA spiked them with a deadly botulinum toxin. They were delivered, but nothing came of it, suggesting that they were either lost or disposed of. They even poisoned his ice cream. Fidel Castro was also obsessed with ice cream, eating it almost daily. Good man. All right, if you're in power and you're not eating ice cream every day, are you really living? The CIA decided to poison one of the desserts by giving it to an assassin working at one of his favorite cafes. Unfortunately for them, the poison that was stashed in the freezer became frozen stuck, eventually spilling all over the floor during their efforts to dislodge it. It's like a Three Stooges sketch. Or the poison pin! A pin hiding a hypodermic needle rigged with poison they ultimately gave up on before it could have even been taken to Cuba. The seashell trap, as Castro was known to scuba dive, a plan was concocted to rig underwater sea shells with explosives that would detonate when he picked up the
Oh,
shells
so
to
funny.
inspect them. As it was impossible to rig strong explosives to small shells, this plan was abandoned as well. And lastly, the fake
It is funny though. It is funny. I can't believe they actually thought he was gonna fall for that.
Christ plan. The CIA thought that they would convince the Cubans, who were primarily Catholic, to believe Castro was the Antichrist. By doing this alongside faking the second coming of Jesus Christ, they thought it would be possible to push Cubans to overthrow and kill him. To fake the second coming, they aimed to have an American submarine shoot off star shells over the Cuban horizon to light up the sky. The plan was
Right
never
wingers are
enacted.
so
Despite this info
dumb
coming
and
from direct
weird.
CIA
What do
agents'
they
testimony,
do?
The man
Why
who
do they
concocted
do
the
this?
scheme denied its existence. That never happened. Seriously, who told you that one? Because that never happened. I'd be like, what are you gonna do? Assassinate me, dude? have many ideas. Yes, I could. And lastly, we have a particularly unique assassination plot involving a mobster and a camera gun. In 1946, we're going back, boys. A 19-year-old woman named Pearl Lusk was tricked into murdering a man who she had never met. It all started when a gangster named Alphonse Rocco. Is that not the most stereotypical mobster name I've ever heard?
My name's Alphonse Rocco.
Alphonse Rocco approached her, pretending to be a detective.
I'm a detective. Okay.
He convinced her that he actually needed her to help solving an important case. Supposedly, he needed her to snap a picture of a person that was suspected of being a thief. I need you to take a picture of a guy. Okay, it's 1946. Oh, sure. That's what life's like back then. The target's name was Olga Tropini Rocco. Rather than a thief, this woman was actually Alfonso's ex-wife, who he feared would go to the police to receive protection from him after he repeatedly assaulted her and sent multiple death threats. He's like, why would you do that? Come on! You're being crazy! Pearl was willing to help, so he handed her a gun, crudely wrapped up like a present. He told her it was an X-ray camera. After identifying Olga at her place, he told her to get close to her and take a picture to see if she had stolen jewels on her person. She caught up to Olga in the subway, took her photo, and ended up shooting her in the leg. She survived the attack, but later lost the leg because, once again, it's 1946. Alphonse was outed for the plot and was chased by the police until he was eventually shot to death in a shootout. Pearl was so naive about the whole ordeal that she told the cops, I took the picture and at the same time somebody shot her. As it turns out, assassination attempts happen quite a bit, almost all the time. You just don't hear about them because people have no idea what they're doing and end up failing miserably. Even murder plots orchestrated by the CIA are downright cartoonish, and we only scratch the surface of how many weird attempts they've made to take people out. So what I'll say is this: stay safe out there because you never know what the people around you may be plotting. Thank you so much for watching the video, y'all. Seriously, stay safe. I'm gonna kill you. If I see you out there, I'm going to kill you. I'm joking. Yeah.
The last 30 years have seen a momentous rise in the open world 3D role-playing game, and spearheading this genre, one company. Adopting new technologies,
It features all new rendering, lighting, and landscape technology.
pushing new boundaries, and breaking new ground.
Look at this, man.
And spearheading this company,
Autopilot
one
engaged.
boyishly handsome man. It had been a rocky last few years, but in late 2023, he and the team were in the final works of their next game. The biggest game they'd ever made. More content than their last two games combined, he said. Ready to sweep the Game Awards, as he was now well accustomed, he puts on his leather jacket and emerges once more. But first, we go back.
He bought
It's the
my
80s,
silver.
and a
That's
man
so
by the name of
good.
Christopher Weaver is a person. He'd been doing a few different things.
Approaching
Assistant
Skycatlive.
directing for PBS and ABC, engineering work for MIT, Panavision and the military, and then some consultancy work on the side. However, sometime around 1985, one of his engineers fancies making an American football game. So Weaver dips his toe into game development and starts work on an engine
Autopilot
for it.
jumping.
It's now 1986, and they've just set up shop in a small office in Bethesda, a census-designated place in Maryland. They incorporate and then smash out the game Gridiron by the end of the year. It's one of the first sports games to factor in things like momentum and collision detection, and features fairly sophisticated movement mechanics for the time. The graphics are also jaw-dropping. And the game does alright. EA even approaches them with a contract to work on a football game together. However, this ends in a lawsuit, as it turns out the whole thing was allegedly just a ploy to steal their engine code. Anyway, Weaver and the boys decide to apply the same technology to hockey games
Approaching
and start
Stargate.
pumping those out. It's now the 90s. Expansion. There's now around 20 people at Bethesda, and a lot more going on. So they make the move from Bethesda to a bigger office in Rockville. This place is actually a place. Also, turns out no one currently owns the Terminator license, so they jump on it and start pumping out Terminator games too. They also start publishing
Autopilot
other
jumping.
developers' games. But first, boats. Nice. Relaxing. Pretty chill. Wait, what's that? My god.
Warping to Stargate.
In World of
Warp
Warships,
drive
things are
active.
different. Command a huge naval fleet and take part in massive battles. Pick from a vast selection of history's most iconic ships and commanders, painstakingly modelled from historical documents, to complete accuracy. Aircraft carriers, battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. The options are plentiful. The gameplay? Dynamic. Different weather effects make each fight different, and the game features a steady flow of new
Approaching
missions,
Stargate.
updates, content, and events. Prefer PvE over PvP? Well, both players are catered to in 7 different battle types, and the game features over 40 maps and 20 ports. Also, a free new Headless Horseman ship skin and commander have just been added. World of Warships
Autopilot
is also
jumping.
free to play. Sign up now through the link in the description, or use the code HEADLESS to get that, plus 7 days premium account time, 1.5 million credits, 500 doubloons, and a free ship after completing 15
Warping to
battles.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
It's around 1992 that one of Bethesda's hockey games ends up in the hands of a boy. Now at this point, Todd Howard is young, unassuming. He'd been studying finance in college, but his real passion was PC gaming. You'd often find him beelining from classes to the school computers to install and play games. And he's a big fan of the chess club. But right now, he really likes this hockey game, and turns out the developer isn't actually that far away. In fact, they were literally on the way back from his college. So in 1993, he knocks on the door and asks for a job. They tell him no. Finish
Approaching
school first.
Stargate.
He graduates and asks again. Sorry kiddo, don't have anything. So Todd gets a job at a different game developer nearby. This job allows him to go to electronics conventions like CES, where developers could show off their new stuff. This is at a point where games are still kind of seen as a joke, and the gaming section is literally tossed at the back. You had to walk past hordes of porn
Autopilot
vendors
jumping.
to even get there. But anyway, Todd would use these conventions to track down Bethesda's stores and continue confessing his love. After around a year and a half of this, in 1994, they finally have an opening, and Todd
Warp
Howard
drive active.
is in. Now at this point, Bethesda had released a good few Hockey and Terminator games, and things were getting a bit stale. So they've decided to branch out, and right around the time Todd had joined, they're putting the finishing touches on something completely different. Headed by a man named Julian Jensen, and with a team of around 10 people, the Elder Scrolls Arena had now been in development for around 3 years. It had started out as a simple,
Approaching
linear
Stargate.
gladiator combat game, but ambitions quickly ballooned. They added side quests, fantasy elements, and some exploration around the cities. And after some playtesting, you know what? Fuck the arenas. Let's open this whole thing up. And before long, they're building a fully fledged
Autopilot
open world
jumping.
role-playing game with side quests, explorable cities, and procedural generation. It's ambitious. They've had to
57,000
create their own
conquest
proprietary engine specifically for it, and other developers are actually laughing at
Warping
its
to
scope.
Stargate.
But in late
Warp drive
1993,
active.
it's nearing release. And there's a problem. They'd completely switched genres, but the original game's marketing materials had already been printed, resulting in a front cover and half the name having nothing to do with the actual game. At this point, it would be time-consuming and expensive to redo it all, so they end up just sticking with it. And in 1994, the game hits shelves, and people pick it up. Looks nice.
Approaching
The storyline
Stargate.
isn't amazing, the quests are pretty linear, the graphics are only okay, and on launch, the game is absolutely fucked. There are random crashes, falling through floors, corrupt save files, invisible enemies, quest items not spawning, enemies just walking through walls, and more. It's also very hard to run,
Autopilot
but install the
jumping.
patches coming out every other week, and eventually, the game works. And it's good. It starts out like any other dungeon crawler at the time, but leave that first dungeon, and you can go anywhere.
Warping
For
to
starters,
Stargate.
the game is
Warp drive
absolutely massive.
active.
Its map spans an entire procedurally generated continent, clocking in at around 9 million square kilometers. That's over half the size of Russia. There are hundreds of towns, cities, dungeons, and quests to dig through, although again, these are mostly procedurally generated. There's also a ton of NPCs. All are procedurally named and have their own professions. They'll even run away if your weapon's drawn. Arena also has a pretty detailed character
Approaching
creation
Stargate.
system, with various races, 18 classes, and an attribute system. Also, a cool spellcrafting system, a dynamic weather system, and is that a persistent day and night cycle? Pretty rare at the time. At night, shops even close.
Autopilot
And just like
jumping.
real life, monsters and other creatures start to appear. And the game goes on to sell around 100,000 copies. Not a massive success, but it's alright. And Bethesda hits the green light for a sequel.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It's now the mid-90s. There are about 40 people at Bethesda, and Todd is handed his first major job. Producer and designer on their next Terminator game, Future Shock, with a team of about 8 people. This is one of the first-person shooters to feature true 3D environments, thanks to their cutting-edge, in-house game engine, X-Engine. It's also one of the first PC games with full 3D mouse look.
Gonna go check on my crock pot. I'll be
Approaching
right back.
Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Also, I purchased ketchup, but I don't know where I put it. Oh, I have a blue cheese cup. That sounds really amazing. Ketchup, where did it go?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh man, for like $5, that's a lot of food. It's like 2 or 3 meals. That's fucking
Warping to
sweet.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, what do I do now? I want to put the wood away is what I'm here to do. Wood. Good. Wood is good. Good, and we have dumped the loot, and now we will go around the side and we will do the guard in the back. Out of my way, you stupid horse. I don't like the collision boxes, I think they can fix them.
Approaching Stargate.
Okay, we're looking for guards that protect trees. We see that there is none on this side, but there is on the other side. We're going to go to that spot. Stop, bear, stop. What is that sound? It's like somebody like working on like
Autopilot
bellows
jumping.
or something. Is it is it dead? I don't think that's dead. Oh, it is dead. Weird.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
13 fall damage. What is making that sound?
Approaching Stargate.
It was Skyrim. I was like, no, wait. It is Skyrim.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, I'm gonna go farm for a while here. I'm gonna go take BST Thief to Labyrinth of Von Zozo and kill Goblin Enchanter. Go find one and just kill them.
Approaching Stargate.
I don't think I want to party anymore this late. It's okay.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, I hit him too. First hit. Nice.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I hit a tree before it ran me like way far out, which is good. I don't know why they don't have like guards walking all around this thing, patrolling it. But yeah, these
Approaching
trees by the
Stargate.
guard are extra income that other people don't chop usually.
Autopilot jumping.
I don't think I really need the video.
Warping to Stargate.
Meaning you can now look up.
Warp drive active.
Despite all of that, it doesn't sell too well. But at the same time, development on Arena's sequel is now well underway, and Daggerfall is shaping up to be one of the largest and most ambitious
What?
RPGs
Goddamn
ever
one
made.
shots.
They
Come
now had a bigger dev
on.
team, around 15 people. However, development is still not fun. 7-hour work days, 18 months of crunch, some weeks, 60 hours on the
Approaching
clock minimum.
Stargate.
All managers would be screaming. Things are so bad. The Terminator game devs are pulled in to help out. They have limited technology to work with and a far tighter deadline. And again, there are new ideas and features constantly bloating the scope of the game, with a ton of these eventually having to be cut. In-depth housing furnishing, war and
Autopilot
factions,
jumping.
cities under siege, advanced AI, and even multiplayer. All next. Naturally, the team is fairly stressed. A decent chunk of staff did from the company, and one is even hospitalized for a breakdown.
Stargate.
Development of this game is such a nightmare, it's almost the end of Bethesda Softworks. But in 1996, after almost 3 years of development, Daggerfall comes out the other side, and it's very good. It also sells very well, shifting over 100,000 copies in just a few days, and eventually settling at almost 1 million. Again, the game is huge. This time it's set in a smaller, but more fleshed out segment of
I
the
love that
continent,
spell.
This time with around 15,000
Approaching
towns and
Stargate.
cities, and almost 1 million NPCs, who are now also racist. The map is now about 200,000 square kilometers, almost the size of the UK, and this time it's fully consistent, meaning you can actually walk from town to town. One guy on Reddit says walking the map corner to corner took him around 69 hours. Nice. It's also on Bethesda's new X engine, so enjoy all of that in true 3D. And Daggerfall is packed with new features. Log bashing, climbing,
Warping to
house and ship
Stargate.
purchases,
Warp
a
drive
detailed
active.
banking system with letters of credit and loans, horseback travel, an actual legal system with court sessions, and holidays with actual effects on the in-game world. Daggerfall is also a far more in-depth RPG. There are massive upgrades to the character system. It now features 35 skill lines, including parkour, speechcraft, and the ability to learn enemy languages. Also,
Approaching
instead of
Stargate.
leveling up and manually choosing which skills to improve, skills go up by just doing the skill. There are also now joinable factions, like the Fighters, Thieves, and Mages Guild, an upgraded dialogue system, and a whole reputation system to boot, with factions, cities, provinces, lower classes, and upper classes, all having their own
jumping.
opinion. Your alignment with factions even changes the end of the game. Naturally, Daggerfall ends up being an absolutely huge install, around 400 megabytes.
Warping to
Bear in
Stargate.
mind though, this is at a time where most games clock in at around 10 megabytes, and hard drives only really go up to about 1 gigabyte. Again, it's also very hard.
I'm
to
not
run,
fighting these
and
bullet
the
sponge
game has
mobs
horrific
anymore.
technical
I'm just
issues.
leaving.
This is actually much worse than Arenas, so Bethesda gets back on the patch mill, but even still, the game remains very buggy to this day. In December 1997, they release a linear dungeon crawler called Elder
Approaching
Scrolls
Stargate.
Battlespire. It does terribly. In October 1998, they release Elder Scrolls Redguard. This is a 3D action-adventure game inspired by Tomb Raider. It also does terribly. In fact, these games do so badly, the company's now in financial ruin because of them, and they're now downsizing massively.
Yes, I was in the chess club.
During this time,
Autopilot
a ton of
jumping.
devs hit the road, including Julian LaFay and most of the original team. Things are bad, so in an attempt to get their hands on some more cash, Bethesda restructures, and in 1999,
Moving to
Chris
Stargate.
Weaver brings in a guy
Warp
called
drive
Robert
active.
Altman to co-found ZeniMax Media, Bethesda Softworks' new parent company. Now Altman is a well-connected lawyer, and with him now in the picture, Bethesda can get some serious investment. So Weaver steps down from CEO to CTO, and Altman steps up. Robert Altman has a completely clean history with no scandals at all. A couple years later, and in 2001, the publishing and development
Approaching
arms of
Stargate.
Bethesda split. The publishing arm staying as Bethesda Softworks, and the development team becoming Bethesda Game Studios.
Autopilot jumping.
They all remain in the same building. However, there's a situation brewing. The dot-com bubble has just burst, and trillions of dollars are currently being vaporized from the stock market. Bethesda is hit hard, and now even more developers are leaving or getting the
Warp
sack.
drive
On the
active.
board of directors, serious bad vibes. They're currently doubting the whole enterprise, and there's growing tensions between Weaver and other executives, but particularly Robert Altman. Weaver is focused on the technology and innovation in the games, Altman on the finances and profits of the company, and these clash. And eventually, it comes to a head. And Altman usurps the throne.
You know how much I sacrificed?
He kicks Weaver out of his own company entirely in
Approaching
2002,
First time.
and stacks the board with his own guys. This results in a nasty lawsuit. It's around the same time that the few developers left at Bethesda are putting their heads together for what they think could be their last game. When work on Morrowind began, things didn't look great.
Autopilot jumping.
After a big wave of layoffs, there are about 30 people left at the company. This includes a development team of just 7 people. As the director of the Elder Scrolls Redguard, as well as one of the few developers actually
Moving to
left,
Stargate.
Todd is now the project
Warp
lead,
drive active.
and in late 2001, he calls in the boys. Listen lads, this could well be the very last thing we're ever gonna make. If we don't nail this, we're cooked. See, Morrowind originally started out much grander in scope, but they'd made that mistake twice before, and development wasn't a great time.
Wow, you
This
can
time,
sell.
they could
You
not
can
miss.
sell quarried stone,
So
which
Todd's
is
deciding to dive back
actually
a
awesome.
bit and
Approaching
attempt a more
Stargate.
focused development. The procedural stuff, that's getting flushed. This thing was going to be fully handcrafted from the ground up. Also, that 3D engine of theirs, in the bin too. They're now using an engine called Gamebryo, and naturally, this new engine changes the game a lot. They're now
Autopilot
able to
jumping.
create a far more detailed world, enhanced graphics, physics, and lighting. Also, more complex scripting and AI.
Talk to me. Who's that? Who's that? If you talk to
Moving to
someone
Stargate.
invisible,
Warp
they
drive
react to
active.
that.
Let's
Todd,
have a
you've
new
done it
fancy
again.
dagger.
Despite all of this, development is still horrific, with 7-day work weeks at points. But after a small delay to May 2002, after 5 years, the next Elder Scrolls is ready to release. Morrowind is a completely new Elder Scrolls experience. Instead of the procedural towns, cities, and quests, players step foot into a rich, handcrafted world, just bursting with detail.
He's out of control, this robots.
Not just the world. Pretty much every NPC, including random bandits, are handcrafted too, with their own custom names, stats, and often backstories or notes. Its storyline is very well written. It spans
Approaching
politics, philosophy, and religion. And it's all layered and ambiguous. Every quest in the game, also handcrafted, and includes a ton of player choice throughout, with branching, interconnected quest lines that are approachable in different ways. It's immersive too. You can kill every single NPC in the game, even if it ruins your main quest.
What have I done?
There's basically no fast travel beyond paid
Autopilot
transportation services from city to city, and there's no quest markers, or even a compass. If you want to finish a quest or track somewhere or someone down, you'll have to ask the locals. The world itself,
Moving to
unique indeed.
Stargate.
Interesting
Warp drive
architecture,
active.
outlandish creatures, and big mushrooms. And due to the new engine, it's alive, with items all over the map that you can pick up and drop. Also, this time round, they've gone with a guy called Jeremy Soule for the soundtrack, and new music good. NPCs get an upgrade. There's now some light voice acting, and the game introduces a disposition system, meaning every NPC either likes you or hates you, depending on your personality, speechcraft, general reputation, and race.
Okay, you're good to go.
Morrowind also introduces leveled zones. See, a ton of enemies in the last 2 games scaled to the player's level. You leveled up a bunch and improved your skills. Well,
Autopilot
enough.
jumping.
So has everyone else. But here, certain areas will have higher level enemies and loot, meaning exploration is more dangerous, but more rewarding as you get better. On PC, Morrowind
Moving
also
to
ships
Stargate.
with the Elder Scrolls
Warp drive
construction set,
active.
essentially the original dev tools Bethesda had used to actually make the game. Every aspect of the game, from landscapes to graphics to quests, anything you could hope for, are now open to modification. It's not all good though. The combat in Morrowind is incredibly clunky and works on dice rolls. Just very clearly hit that guy at point blank range. No, turns out you missed. Also, bad
Approaching
balancing,
Stargate.
and there are a few things missing from Daggerfall. The lock bashing, climbing, housing in ships, banking system, force travel, in-game holidays, and legal system all gone. And of course, again, the game is buggy, suffers from bad performance, and is hard to run. But overall, Morrowind is an
Autopilot
amazing
jumping.
game, and it flies off shelves. It's revolutionary, a way bigger success than they'd ever anticipated.
Moving to
It
Stargate.
sells over 4 million
Drive
copies in the
active.
first 3 years. Critical acclaim coming in from all directions. It's even crowned the Game of the Year. Bethesda also shipped it on the original Xbox for the first time. This is at a time where RPGs are more PC focused, so it's now reaching a whole new market, and it goes on to be the 18th best-selling game on that console. Morrowind conjures a massive profit, and Bethesda finally has some financial breathing room. After Morrowind, Todd is hailed as a king,
Approaching Stargate.
Bethesda's savior. Under his direction, he brought the company back from the brink, so naturally, he's back in the cockpit for their next project. Bethesda also doubles up their workforce with some of that new cash. They've also just gone in on new technology. For the first time, they're playing around with the Havoc physics engine, alongside a new world rendering system.
Wow.
They're also bulking up on the voice acting. In Morrowind,
Approaching
only a few
Stargate.
key characters were voiced. But here, Todd wants everyone. And the script for the game ends up at around 40,000 lines of dialogue. That's about 50 hours of audio. Initially,
Autopilot
this
jumping.
ends up taking over half the game's file size, so they end up having to trim
Fine.
thousands of voice lines and a ton of already developed game features, just so it'd fit on the 360 disc. Like the first game, arenas were supposed to be in every city in the game, and it was all pretty much done here, but again, it had to go. May 2005. It's E3, and promises are hefty. Todd jumps on the mic himself and fills us in on his new Radiant AI system.
Let's take a look at the other side of the game, our new Radiant AI system. It allows NPCs to have full 24/7 schedules. These NPCs are not scripted.
In the demo, he even shows off a bit of his own voice acting.
What? That really pisses me off.
Oh no, what do we do? I'm so scared.
Anyway, 4 years in the oven, and on the 20th of March 2006, Elder Scrolls Oblivion is finally ready. And again, it's good. The combat is far better. For starters, you can now actually hit things. And when you do, the new Havoc physics engine makes for incredibly realistic, true-to-life ragdoll. Also, if you can see something, chances are you can now pick it up and swing it round. The graphics are also much better. Just don't look at the NPCs. The new rendering system allows for huge load distances, meaning none of that thick fog that was literally everywhere in
Remaster
Morrowind.
looms.
And the world is populated with luscious, thick shrubbery, thanks to a new technology called Speed Tree. Also, again, enjoy all of this with another amazing soundtrack from Jeremy Soule. While the main quest is incredibly repetitive, the side quests and faction quest lines in Oblivion, sublime. They're really well written and very fun. In fact, they're generally considered to be the best in the
Approaching
series.
Stargate.
The Dark Brotherhood questline is especially popular. And of course, all NPCs are now voiced.
Not bad.
Good to hear. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
There's even some celebrities in here. However, this doesn't come without issues. There are over 1,000 NPCs in the game, and there are only around 10 voice actors between them. Naturally, you'll be hearing some of those voices a lot. One guy alone voices every single guard in the game, and a ton of other characters.
Stop right there, criminal scum. Stop! You violated the law. I'm a guard.
Okay.
I love my job. If you run into trouble, come find me.
Autopilot disabled.
Players also notice some of the voice acting isn't amazing. Turns out, when recording the voice lines, Bethesda had opted not to go in order of conversations, characters, or even just chronologically, but to go through every voice actor's line alphabetically, meaning voice actors had pretty much no idea what the actual context of their lines were. Brilliant. Actors also just switch voices randomly halfway through dialogue.
I could be banished for telling you.
Okay, I'll show you.
And legitimate voice acting mistakes are just left in the game.
All on the same night. Wait a minute, let me do that one again. I heard the thieves broke.
Fans had also noticed something new. A lot of features from the older
Autopilot
games
engaged.
were missing. What happened? Well, back during development, and Todd had looked at Morrowind. We made a great RPG here, boys.
Warp
A
drive
ton of
active.
freedom. How can we remove and streamline as much of it as possible? And they got to work. Morrowind's nuanced storyline with conflicting goals and intersecting quest lines between factions. Cool, but confusing. Too much choice. Make it far simpler and completely linear. Also, let's remove any skill requirements for advancing in factions. So now literally anyone can become the head of any faction. You're playing a bare knuckle barbarian who's never used a spell in his life. Excellent choice for the head of the Mages Guild. It was pretty cool how we let the player kill anyone in Morrowind, but too much room for error. Remove that feature and make a ton of NPCs invincible. Morrowind's quests were pretty good, but there's way too much thinking involved. Let's slap a compass on the bottom of the screen with a constant quest marker on top, so players can mindlessly follow it around for the entire game, with no option to turn it off. Scaled leveling. Let's bring it back.
It's rewind time.
Let's also bring back generic, procedural enemy spawns. And let's implement them so badly, all enemy spawns eventually become huge damage sponges that can take you out in a few hits unless you level efficiently. It's apparently actually easier to complete the game at level 1 than any other level because the enemies get so OP.
Wow, 2 hits and you're down.
Approaching
It is
target.
evolving, just backwards.
Also,
Yeah, it's just evolving, but backwards. Yeah.
that petty bandit donning Daedric armor and weapon. In Morrowind, the main way of fast traveling is paying for public transport that
Autopilot
takes you from
jumping.
city to city. But for Oblivion, let's just add free fast travel from anywhere on the map, so you can go anywhere you've discovered at any point.
I like the Morrowind Far
Now
Cry
let's
2
remove
system
a ton
better.
of skills. Dumb down
Always
spell
have.
crafting, and
I like the
remove
carriage
skills,
system in
throwing weapons,
Skyrim. I think it's
medium.
actually. I think the carriage system is actually good enough. You know, I should have gone. What is it? Survival. It's just I didn't, like I was like all the stat weight stuff it does to me just slows me down, and I really don't like having to walk back places 15 billion times. I like this fast travel option, but I think they need to like dole it out. Like once a week you get a fast travel, so you're really thinking about which one you want to
Approaching
use
Stargate.
or something, or like once a day something. Like once a day something. I don't know.
Autopilot jumping.
I didn't switch subs. Son of a bitch. I have to go back.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Now, okay, I didn't think so, but my chat is visible actually, and so I want to config that window 1 window width. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm not getting all my chats, so I'm gonna have to like log out, but I'll go change jobs and do it there. I wasted money.
Approaching Stargate.
I mean, I might as well teleport with conquest points at this point. So what else am I doing with it? No, Gil's easier than conquest points.
Autopilot jumping.
Oops. I do not feel like I've farmed that much.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Wow. Get to work. It's raining hard. That might mean sun tomorrow, or it might mean rain. I don't know. It might be rain for a couple of whole days. Like
Approaching Stargate.
It's been so rainy. Wow, we almost never get thunder. This might be a bad storm.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh wow, the rain's coming down hard, heavy. I almost want to open my door.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
It would be cool to like open the door and listen to it, and just like put a blanket over myself or something. Yeah.
Approaching Stargate.
It's too cold. It's too cold. I can't do that. It's gonna be too much waste. You know, it'll just freeze my house. The sound of on my roof is enough.
Autopilot jumping.
What happened? Oh, I turned it off by mistake. Nice. Oh, when I zoned it, fixed
Warping
it.
to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh no, my keyboard's doing its thing again. Oh, because I have two keyboards running, and I'm using the wrong one. I think. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna use one or the other.
Approaching Stargate.
This is the one with the control key problem. So I'm gonna turn it off, and I'm gonna move it over here. This is the one that's working.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, time to go XP and farming. Oh, maybe I can free up one more Mog wardrobe. Oh no, I don't need to. Yeah, get that Tatham off me. It's annoying. It's been on my ship forever. 303. And it's light stay, is it? No, it's ice stays. So yeah, I'm gonna go farming. I have the wrong sub, however.
Approaching Stargate.
Armor, and a ton of spells. Perfect. And by this point, players are noticing a common theme here with Bethesda
Autopilot
games.
jumping.
They had a certain charm to them, and Oblivion was no different. Despite Bethesda releasing a number of patches, a ton of bugs are still present. So modders just end up creating their own patch for the game, fixing bugs that Bethesda never
Warp
did.
drive active.
The jank was expected, but players had noticed something new with Oblivion. There were some inconsistencies between what Todd had promised.
These NPCs are not scripted.
And what players had actually purchased. See, at E3, Todd had made some pretty big claims about their new Radiant AI. This new AI would include full schedules for every single NPC in the game, and incredibly complex AI scripting. True
Approaching
NPC
Stargate.
intelligence. Guards now patrol the cities, and react to in-game events and your reputation. Regular NPCs even follow daily routines, and eat, sleep, farm, work, and socialize at specific times and in
Autopilot
specific
jumping.
areas. But now also have conversations not just with the player, but with each other. Todd and the team had even spent time and a ton of money having conversations in real life, and spent hours modeling them for in-game adaptation.
Warp drive
They come
active.
out incredibly lifelike.
A vampire hunter named Raymil Draylus.
I can't wait for the remake.
Snuck into his house and killed him.
Stuck into his house and killed it.
Good to see you. I don't know you, and I don't care to know you. I don't know you, and I don't care to know you. I don't
45K.
know you, and I don't care to
I don't know you and I don't care to know you.
I don't know you, and I don't
I don't know you and I don't care to know you. I don't know you and I don't care to know you.
Quite as intelligent as Todd had left.
I don't know you.
Hello. That NPC said the other NPC's name. That never happens.
She's picked up a bow over here.
Wait, what?
She's decided she needs ammo, so she equips the quiver.
NPCs
And
never
she
did
can
that.
practice her skills. So she's going to drink this potion. It's going to increase her marksman skill.
Autopilot
Dude.
jumping.
That's crazy cool. That was never in Oblivion. None of this made it into the game. The AI was so dumb.
Bethesda would go on to claim that AI was too smart and had to be dumbed down.
Snow. We need more snow. Can't have enough snow.
Indeed.
Can't have enough
Then,
snow.
post-launch,
Indeed.
Bethesda cranked out a few expansions, like they did with Morrowind. They're highly rated. However, this time round, they're also selling small, downloadable item packs on the store. And the first of these, a $2.50 piece of horse armor. Bethesda had just released one of the industry's first microtransactions. Naturally, people aren't too happy.
How much horse armor did you sell?
Ew. People will buy anything.
But regardless, despite the complaints here and there, Todd's direction works wonders again. The game goes mainstream and does very well, selling over 2 million copies within the first few weeks, and becoming one of the fastest selling 360 titles at the time. Also, Game of the Year again. Nice one, boys. Oblivion had taken 4 years and a ton of cash, so ZeniMax says, hey, we should probably get something else going here. And Todd and the boys make a list. They go through various genres, but eventually, one rises to the top: nuclear post-apocalypse. What Todd really wants to do is Fallout, but getting the rights to that IP, highly unlikely. So they work on concepts for a new IP they were calling Apocalypse Road. However, at Interplay, Fallout's current rights holders and finances aren't looking great. It's so bad that even been in talks to sell the series back to its original creators. Well, turns out someone at Bethesda knows someone at Interplay, and they'd managed to sneak in a bit themselves. And Todd and the boys managed to snag the whole franchise for around $6 million. Not bad. And with a dev team now of around 75 people, they get to work. This time round, Todd has a bit of a task ahead of him. They're working with the same Gamebryo engine from Oblivion, meaning they now have to turn the bones of a hack-and-slash fantasy game into a dense, urban, post-apocalyptic shooter. They're building gun combat from scratch here, and on one of the jankiest engines out there. But after a few years, things start to come together, and the game's in the final stretch. So as is now customary, at E3 2007, Todd spawns on stage and runs us through the game.
We're ecstatic to show publicly for the first time here today Fallout 3 demoed live. Let's take a look. Here we have an iBot broadcasting the word of the U.S. government.
I will fight to protect you. I am your president.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
And on the 28th of October 2008, Fallout 3 comes out. Now, the first two Fallouts, generally considered two of the best RPGs ever made, so the bar for Fallout 3 pretty high, but Bethesda delivers on a few points. First off, they've nailed the look and tone. Fallout 3 carries the aesthetics of the first two games into 3D well. It was perfect. Bleak and gritty, retro-futuristic, a dash of dark humour, and then that 2000s piss filter slapped on top. Chef's kiss. The soundtrack, this time by new composer Inonzer, a smash hit again. And if you're not a fan, just hit the new in-game radio and roam the post-apocalyptic wasteland, absolutely annihilating people to pleasant 40s jazz. The map has amazing environmental storytelling.
You'll find skeletons at the vault door, remains of people pleading and begging to be let in and saved from this approaching doom.
And some pretty interesting locations, like a vault filled with endless clones of a man named Gary. And the Republic of Dave.
I am Dave, President of the Republic of Dave. You will address me as Mr. President, or I will have you executed.
There's also slavery.
Mister, can you get us out of here? Thanks for nothing, ass.
Cool racism.
You know anything about the tower? Oh, really? You goddamn bigot.
Genocide. And political undertones. The gameplay, not amazing.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Janky, floaty movement, combined with awkward gunplay, can make for some horrific shootouts. So Bethesda adapts the VAT system from the first two games. meaning you can now pause the game, lock onto specific body parts, and blow people to pieces in cinematic slow motion. And the people love it. That's the good. Other aspects of Fallout 3, wild misses. Again, the game reuses a ton of voice actors, resulting in everyone sounding the exact same. One of your companions even has the same exact voice as every raider in the game. The combat AI sucks. They have no concept of cover, so they'll just strafe left and right and beeline straight towards you. And of course, the usual Bethesda jank. Game breaking, quest breaking, file corrupting bugs, crashes, horrific performance on PS3, and the realistic ragdolls return. There's also no field of view slider on PC, even though you can easily change it via console commands. Also, again, the RPG elements. Where are they? Some elements from the originals have come back. Drug addiction, the special system, perks, skills, and speech options. But even then, some of them are given. For starters, speech. The dialogue in Elder Scrolls games basically amounted to running up to someone and just shouting rumors at them. But this wouldn't cut it for a Fallout game, which had tons of choice and consequences in dialogue. And in Fallout 3, it's much worse. Fallout's original speech checks are subtle. The game doesn't actually show you speech options you haven't unlocked, and doesn't even tell you when it is a unique option. So you need to actually read and think about what you pick.
Gonna go stir my dinner.
3, even if your speech isn't high enough, the system works on percentages. So either way, you still have a chance to succeed. Doesn't work the first time, just reload the game.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Okay, I'm gonna go stir my dinner.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Okay. Oh, I want to make something to drink while I'm up. Orange leche. Oh, yeah. Irish cream orange leche.
Till it does. In 1 and 2, dialogue choices can make a major difference in the way things pan out, and would also often vary based on specific skills, special attributes, or traits. But for 3, Todd just said nah, let's stick with just speech, and a handful of instances with very select perks. Speech options in 3 are also far less consequential. The first 2 Fallout games were very involved, in-depth RPGs with branching storylines, open-ended quests, and a ton of skill checks. Also, a ton of impactful decisions that shaped the world around the player and contributed to a ton of different endings. But, like for Oblivion, the quests in Fallout 3 very linear. You're on a fixed path for pretty much the whole game, and most quests have one outcome. And that one outcome normally involves this. The first games also allowed you to kill everyone in the game. Here, 1/3 of the characters are now unkillable. Before, you'd work to piece together breadcrumbs of information from NPCs, work out where to go and what to do, and the world and quests would open up organically from there. But in Fallout 3, again, they snap a quest marker on your screen, and you end up just following that for the rest of the game. The game is also very easy. In 1 and 2, resources were scarce, and you had to plan accordingly, but not here. There are weapons and armor laying about everywhere, and it's not long before you're absolutely loaded with caps and ammo, and constantly over-encumbered. Bethesda adds enemy scaling again, meaning everyone on the map is roughly the same level as you. Both Fallout 1 and 2, and Oblivion and Morrowind, had joinable factions, but for Fallout 3, nah, leaving out. Can't join them, and there's not even a reputation system for them. Instead, they've just added the karma system from Fallout 2, and this is a bit flawed. Did you just steal a shoe? What are you doing?
Huh? Me? Just hanging around.
Well, the whole town is now coming to murder you. As a result of all of this, Fallout is essentially no longer an RPG. It's an action RPG with bad action. Also, by this point, a few writers and designers dating back to Morrowind have begun to leave the company. Not good. So Todd sniffs around for replacements, and eventually, he lands on a bloke called Emil Palarulo, the guy who wrote Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood questline. He's now head writer and designer. Me. The Dark Brotherhood questline is really good, so that's a good choice. One problem. This guy's actually not great, and now he's no longer working on individual quests, more like the whole overarching story, character arcs, themes, choices, and consequences for the entire game. As a result, Fallout 3's story and quest design, very underwhelming. The entire main quest consists of just following the trail of your dad out in the wasteland, and then being bossed around by other people. It's completely linear, with only a couple of choices determined by a single press of a button right at the end. There aren't no choices in the game. See, Emil actually has a very big overarching question. Do you want to be extremely good or cartoonishly bad? Because those are your only choices. In 1 and 2, choices are generally nuanced. There are pros and cons to each option. But here, no. Here, you can absolutely annihilate this entire town with a nuke for basically no reason. Or not do that. A very real moral dilemma.
Docking permission
The
requested.
characters are bland, and the writing is generally pretty terrible.
Ghouls living here? You're serious?
This is some dialogue from what's supposed to be the dramatic climax of the game.
Do whatever you want. There's no need for more violence.
Then you will immediately hand over all materials related to this project.
Run. Run.
What is he doing?
Also, end up nuking that whole town, killing everyone there for absolutely no reason. This is your dad's response.
I have a hard time believing it. I raised you to be better than that. Better than the wastes. We'll talk more about this later.
At the end of the game, the story is supposed to culminate in the player sacrificing themselves in a chamber of radiation to save the wasteland. Hold on, I have a radiation-resistant super mutant right next to me. He can go in, save everyone, and then no one has to die.
I'm sorry. My companion would, no.
People complain, and writers eventually give in, spitefully adding this ending in with a paid DLC.
And so it was that the lone wanderer ventured forth from Vault 101, but the child refused to follow the father's selfless example.
The DLC also revives the player, making the whole point of the end of the game redundant. Also, fun fact about this DLC, the intro features a moving train sequence, but because the Game Brio engine is so crusty, encoding in a moving train would have taken a while. The train is actually a piece of armor the player equips right before the cutscene. Anyway, the original Fallout games had a ton of different endings based on your actions. Here, Todd Howard had claimed an insane 200 endings for the game.
Everything gets a bit big, so as of last week, we're over 200 endings. That is not an exaggeration.
Fallout 3 had 2 endings. Regardless, the game does amazing. First week sales of around 5 million. $300 million generated instantly.
You got mail.
And despite the consistent dumbing down and streamlining of their games, Todd does it again. It wins Best RPG at the Game Awards, and a ton of Game of the Year awards at other places. Todd Howard is now 3 for 3. The year is now 2010. Bethesda Game Studios is a team of around 100 people, and they're riding high. Both Oblivion and Fallout 3, big wins. Todd had found himself a golden formula here, and he wasn't changing it anytime soon. Now, it had been about 4 years since Oblivion, so the hype for the next Elder Scrolls, quite high. E3 2010. Todd emerges on stage through a sea of vape mist. He weaves between a group of bald men in robes, while epic chanting music plays. This Todd seems different. He's sporting a slick brown leather jacket.
I love leather.
On his face, a sly smile. Gone was the quiet confidence. Now, he's glowing. Anyway, Elder Scrolls 5 is about to be revealed. Wow. And they go on a marketing frenzy.
Whatever you say, Mr. Billboard.
A ton of television ads, expensive live trailers, and stuff like this. In promotional material, Todd is getting increasingly unhinged.
When you walk into town, we can have it look for someone with a child. We can have that child kidnapped and put in a dungeon nearby.
Forget the dungeon, children. The game looks fantastic, and it's launching soon. People are very hyped. And on the 11th of the 11th, 2011, it's go time. For starters, the art direction here, incredible. Enemies, armor, weapons, and the huge snowy vistas in this game all look fantastic. And as is expected at this point, Jeremy Stoll's soundtrack, perfection. They even wrote a whole language for the game, and the main theme is written in both that and English, with identical meanings and rhymes in both. Factions are back, and this time you can actually join them. There's also a massive civil war going on, and you can only pick one side. Choice. And there's genuinely compelling arguments on both sides. Nuance. What was going on? However, this is just a side quest, and as a result, not a massive amount of time and effort went into it. It's generally considered a bit rushed and lacking in depth. Also, first on Todd's agenda with this game, the engine. At this point, Gabriel had gotten a bit of a subpar reputation, quite outdated, with no time. Okay, let's actually bring this thing into the 21st century, boys. And they've gotten to work on building and improving it. They slapped the name of the creation engine on, and hoped for a clean slate. Despite the upgrades and rebranding, this wasn't fooling anyone. The engine is still crusty, and as a result of its limitations, this is what a massive, countrywide civil war looks like in Skyrim. Also, the jank in ragdolls, still incredible. The map, not massive, but very dense, and a lot of fun to explore. The graphics, not as groundbreaking as Oblivion, but pretty decent. This time, the new engine allows dynamic lighting and shadows, better physics and ragdolls, and an improved animation system. The NPCs no longer look like melted cheese. Gameplay-wise, enemy scaling is still here, but much better. This time, it has minimum and maximum levels depending on location, so nothing is too hard or too easy. Better combat with smoother animations, cinematic kill moves, and improved magic casting. Dual wielding, dragons, pretty cool. And that awkward dialogue zoom from Oblivion, finally gone.
One of the things you've solved is the old crack zoom into characters' faces when they start talking to you.
Solved as in took it out. Yeah. Solved.
Some elements of the AI are also improved. The NPC's line of sight now comes directly out of their eyeballs, just like real life. This also means you can now pick up a bucket, slap it on someone's head, and blind them completely. Realism. They'll also now search for you if you're using stealth. However, the AI here, not amazing. Just launched a massive fireball and wiped out half a group of bandits from behind a tiny rock. They'll conduct a massive manhunt for you, and then forget about everything in about 15 seconds.
Faster than the wind.
Immersive indeed.
I'm going to find whoever did this.
However, in a few cases, Oblivion's AI is actually better. Turns out, this time round, Todd's groundbreaking and immersive Radiant AI had been dialed back a bit. The NPCs in Skyrim now rarely, if ever, actually talk to each other, outside of a few scripted moments.
Skibidi was fine until you rizzed along. Simpire was chill AF.
Oh my god!
Also, again, a ton of NPCs here are essential.
Ma'am, please die! Grandmother! Oh, she's essential. Are you serious?
Todd's formula for game design
She's
is simple.
essential. Are you serious?
Simplification. What can be cut? Streamline, trim the fat, and make this meat lean. And this didn't change for Skyrim. And the first thing on the chopping block, the character system. Attributes? Don't need them, and in Skyrim, they're completely gone. Instead, players just choose to improve either health, stamina, or magicka on level ups. Classes and birth signs? Don't need them either. Skills? You didn't remove enough last time. Acrobatics, athletics, hand-to-hand, and more? In that bin. Now let's add a perk system, but no need to get too creative here. If you can't think of something cool, number go up will work just fine. And they were finished. All of this results in no strategy to character creation and leveling, and different characters and playthroughs that feel very samey. The armor. In Oblivion, it's a bit more involved. It was split into helmet, greaves, cuirass, gauntlets, and boots, alongside a clothing and robe layer. However, all of this was far too confusing, so Todd decides to dumb it down. The greaves and cuirass combined. The clothing and robe layer can go entirely. Also, armor and weapons in Oblivion would get damaged over time, with the player either having to pay for repairs or repairing them themselves with the armorer's skill. But in Skyrim, no more. They also remove staffs, ability enchantments, NPC dialogue disposition, and the entire spellcrafting system gone without a trace. The writing. Emil Paliarulo is head writer again, and as a result, things are not great. The main quest? Dragons bad, and they're back. A grave existential threat.
By my calculations, we have 5 years until the world ends. Fix it! Now!
But other than right at the start of the game, and then a bit later on at a small tower, the dragons don't really actually bother anyone. In the main questline, 90% of the time you're either clearing a dungeon, fighting a dragon, or searching for a powerful word. Side quests are a massive downgrade. In Oblivion, there are murder mysteries, paintings you can enter, dreams, and so on. Skyrim, not so much. Some good stuff here and there, but they're few and far between. A ton of them basically being fetch this or that guy. NPCs in Oblivion acknowledge your actions as you progress. You just helped save town down the road. Fair play, mate. Let me get you a pint. In Skyrim, just save the planet from world-ending dragons.
Hang on this all day.
Yeah, alright, mate. No one asked. Also, you're fighting in a massive civil war, and the main difference in outcome is the guards looking slightly different.
I don't know, they all kind of look the same.
You just slaughtered the whole continent's emperor. It makes literally no difference at all.
Nobody cares.
Add some boring dialogue, bland characters with no personality.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
And Emil called it a day.
I'm done. That's it.
Autopilot disabled.
Then there's the general issues of the game. In Morrowind and Oblivion, factions are scattered across the map and in different cities. Here, they're isolated to one city each. Quest markers are back again, and are now even more prominent on screen. However, this time you can actually turn them off. Nice. But here's the thing. Due to the game's butchered journaling system, it's almost impossible for you to actually work out what to do or where to go without them, making this option completely pointless. At this point, even Bethesda could no longer ignore the bugs. So for Skyrim, they dedicated a whole team pre-launch to hunting them down. It worked perfectly. Skyrim came out in late 2011. This is also around the time YouTube begins to explode in popularity. And now bug compilations are popping up, and that famous Bethesda charm is being broadcast worldwide. Some bugs more charming than others. But it's alright. Bethesda kick back and relax, because at this point, they know fans will patch the game for them, and modders churn out the unofficial patch within a few months. And for the third time in a row, some things Todd had claimed about his new game pre-launch, debatable.
I don't deserve this kind of shabby treatment.
See, they'd already perfected Radiant AI, so Todd decided on a new thing to show off, Radiant Quests. And Skyrim would feature an infinite amount of them, he tells us. We'd never run out of things to do, and he's not actually wrong.
It's probably a total waste of my time.
However, he also mentions Radiant Story.
Right, so we have this new piece of tech called Radiant Story.
This would be a system where these Radiant quests would be dynamically generated based on the unique factors of your playthrough. Places you've discovered, quests you've completed, and previous interactions. Spend a lot of time with a particular NPC, they'll probably hire you for a hit, or you'll be hired to hit them. Todd tells us this system will also lead to strange random encounters. Just dropped a sword in the middle of a pub. Chances are, two guys are getting into a scrap over it, he tells us. Good at a particular skill, a random man may even come up to you and ask for training for it, or challenge you to a duel.
Training? The real question is, can you fight?
None of this ever happened.
So that was a lie.
What we get instead is an endless wave of generic, procedurally generated, cookie-cutter quests that spawn basic, nameless NPCs into the game to kill or steal from. Fantastic. Also,
logs and trees and all the way up to distant mountains. And if you've played our previous stuff, you know that mountain is not just a backdrop. You can walk all the way to the top of that mountain.
True, but elusive. Half the mountains in this game have nothing of interest on them.
Well, this sucks.
And there's no actual system to climb them. You'll have to stanky leg your way up a metric ton of maggot rocks, due to them not having actual pathways.
Stanky leg, push. Stanky leg, push.
Also, Todd definitely mentioned a working economy system.
We have a working economy that you can either do, you can actually sabotage this wood mill if you want.
And so am I going to be able to participate in that economy?
Slightly. It's kind of, you know...
Naturally, on launch, people want to see this groundbreaking mechanic in action, so they try to decimate the local economy by attacking the local sawmill. Nothing happens, because this feature never existed in the
My
game
own
in
team
any
killed
form.
me.
The modding scene for Skyrim, absolutely massive. Immersion mods, quest mods, survival mods, graphics mods, other mods. Todd and the boys see this and start brainstorming.
No way.
And a few years after release, Bethesda unveils their brand new idea, paid mods on the Steam Workshop. They tell us it's to financially compensate modders, but then it comes out that mod creators receive just 25% of the revenue here. Valve get 30%, and then 40% kicked up to the big guy. Also, due to the complete lack of moderation, the majority of mods on here, amazing. A ton are plagiarized from the Nexus, and even from the same Steam workshop. Naturally, the whole thing is incredibly unpopular, and Bethesda and Valve are forced to backpedal. Despite the consistent dumbing down, removal of features, roleplay regression, terrible writing, relentless jank, and honeyed words from Todd. Again, the game does insanely well. Within 2 days, it sells 3 million copies. A week, 7 million. A month, 10 million. Over $500 million in the bank. And Bethesda Game Studios is now an institution. Skyrim, a cultural icon. To many, now the face of the open world RPG. Todd's 4th major game and his 5th Game of the Year award.
Thank you so much, everybody at Spike TV, everybody who supported this game, the whole team at Bethesda Game Studios. We've poured ourselves into this.
At this point, the man just couldn't miss. God Howard, people even say. Todd is now 4 for 4. A literal god. He could do no wrong.
Warp drive active.
Meanwhile, Hassan spent all day on Elon's app again. Was its own.
Yeah.
Holy.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
Shit.
They notice how I never bring Ethan up randomly unless it's like directly to address something that he's saying that is unimaginably pro-Israel and inappropriate. Whereas Ethan randomly slams me into every conversation I've had. Debunking Ethan Klein's Hasbro Blitz. Hamas agreed to swap hostages and set aside for a unity government. Israel chose to resume the genocide. There's no command center under Shifa. Only 2 small empty rings. Israel broke the ceasefire and provoked Hamas.
I think.
Oh damn! So Ethan spent time on the Hasbro Hate Hour podcast to finally cover Gaza. That's crazy. And what is he covering Gaza about? Was he covering about Gaza? Oh, he's talking about the anti-Hamas protest. Oh, got it. Nice.
I mean, listen, I feel like this is a force that's going to help end the war, not keeping hostages in underground and like continuing to provoke Israel to attack them and putting like military complexes up.
Yeah, Israel will definitely stop. Israel will definitely stop. You know how shitty the situation is in the West Bank? That's Israel stopping.
Under hospitals.
Yeah, no, that's not okay. He says Hamas puts command centers under hospitals. Bullshit. Okay.
Own people for political gain is lying to themselves, dude. Holy shit. They literally put command centers under hospitals. That's not even.
I love how much this guy is pro-Palestine, bro. I love it. Those positions are not anti-Hamas. This is a disgusting distortion of the marches in Beit Lahia. Yeah, look. There were people who were anti-Hamas in those protests. Don't act like that wasn't the case, okay? You're being delusional. To act like there aren't Palestinians living in Gaza that are anti-Hamas is ridiculous. There are. And it's normal. What do you mean? But it doesn't matter because the higher order of priority here is to end the occupation and end the genocide. Like, that's it. Ask any Palestinian. They will tell you the same thing. They might not like Hamas's governance. They might not like the domestic affairs. They might think that like Israel will stop destroying them if Hamas wasn't in power, because maybe most Palestinians are under the age of 18. They don't remember a time when the PLO was the big game in town and Israel was doing similar shit. Never to this severity, really. 33% is it was a 3% margin of victory for Hamas in 2006. 3%.
Warp drive.
Not exactly fantastic numbers there, okay? This is not a, he calling you out for not calling into a show saying he's waiting for you, Lamafea. Wait, what? No, I don't think he said that. he's not so insane that he thinks that I'm ducking him, right? Like he thinks his audience will believe that I'm ducking him? No shot. On his story right now? Wait, what? Dude, it's been months. It's been months. I said I would literally watch the nuke with him. He says you duck him all the time? No, I said I will watch the context nuke with him, side by side. Don't worry. I'll show the clips that he sourced as well. I like that not watching the context nuke, the context buke, is actually ducking him, but him actively running away from every single person that he sits on top of his shit-covered throne as he claims that, like, this person is an anti-Semite, this person is a token Jew, this person is this person is a terrorist supporter and whatnot. That's not actually ducking all of these people collectively. It is all of us that are ducking him somehow. Okay, Bad Empanada, watch the context flop. Get him on the show then. He doesn't like me either. Maybe you guys can get together and shit on me too. You know, you can find a room for agreement. Probably not. You know? What's that about?
Even debated. They were keeping some of the hostages in hospitals too.
Dude, this is crazy. This is unfiltered pro-Israel propaganda. It's just abject lies. What is happening? I thought this guy at least had the decency to claim that he was pro-Palestinian, pro-Palestine. What happened? He's now he's pro-Palestine.
Fuck!
Only on his terms, okay?
Come on!
Pro-Palestine exactly like he is.
Fuck!
You
I
might
can't stand
Israel
dying to this
claims that your
over
hospital
and
is now
over
a command
again.
center. There's no evidence of it. But
Why?
you're gonna have to die. Sorry. Look, man. 17 months of ethnic cleansing. If you're still justifying bombing hospitals with fake bullshit that Israel never provided evidence for, you're a monster. You're not a good person. You are a bad person, okay? It's not about debates. It's not about beef. It's not about drama. It's not about your dying career, okay? You're just a bad person. Not only are you a bad person, but you're actively also deluding your fans, who are not bad people themselves, but simply deluded and misguided stands, into agreeing with bad positions. You are using the remainder of your influence that you have over an increasingly smaller audience to, you know, fill their heads chock full of misinformation at the behest of establishing a defensive posture for a... It's awful. That can't feel good. Deep down inside, there has to be a dude that I met, that I knew, that's going, oh, don't do this. This is maybe a bridge too far. Like, you cannot be this deluded. This is just straightforward Nazi shit, dude. One step removed from Lebensraum. Danny has employed the stalks you were doing recently on how many women you slept with today. The whole show was nuts. Oh, he's never gonna see her respond to this. Bro's got the great hug wall of China over there. I know, I don't care. But I know that there are definitely people in here, like foot soldiers, that like Ethan, hate me, that are in here to be like, you're an anti-Semite. And I guess now they'll say, I've had sex with women, or whatever. And, you know, for those people that are in here, like, understand that this is not only incorrect, but it's disgusting. And it's inappropriate of me not to treat Ethan in the same way that I would any other person that says shit like this. You know, it's messed up.
Autopilot jumping.
It seems like a lot of them ran through hospitals. That's it. I mean, just logical, right? Like that's their best play. That's all they have, and so they do it. So I say, God protect these brave Gazans.
Yeah. God protect these brave Gazans. The ones who died in the hospital that Israel bombed, though, it's because of Hamas. Because Hamas actually put non-existing command and control centers under the hospitals, dude. Even though American, Jewish, Gentile doctors that have gone and worked in these hospitals are like, no, there's no goddamn Hamas here. Stop bombing us, please. But of course, you never know that if you don't care. If you only see, like, an incredibly narrow horse blinder focus on, like, the pro-Israeli sentiment, then yeah, you're not going to know that.
Meanwhile, Hassan spent all day on Elon's app again. His home.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah, I don't know.
Shit.
They notice how I never bring Ethan up randomly unless it's like directly to address something that he's saying that is unimaginably pro-Israel and inappropriate. Whereas Ethan randomly slams me into every conversation, apparently. Whether he's looking at some, like, pedophile Republican, he can't seem to get my name out of his mouth. He can't seem to get me as an image out of his brain for some reason. It's very odd.
Autopilot
It's
jumping.
a pathological obsession. And it's getting grosser and grosser by the minute, especially because he just keeps talking about my looks and shit like that. It's just very weird, like, very weird. It feels like he's like in love with me. Strange, dude. Oh my god.
Literally put hospitals. That's not even debated. They were taking.
That's not even debated. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not even debated. Channel 14, Channel 12, they don't debate it. They say the truth. I don't understand. Con, I read Ynet, I read Jerusalem Post. They don't debate this. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's not even debated. It's not even a contest here. No, it's just hospitals are Hamas. It's not even debated. Babies. Their own babies are holding copies of Mein Kampf. They are Hamas.
They were keeping some of the hostages in hospitals too. It seems like a lot of them were.
Okay. Let's say that's correct. Okay. Doesn't that make it extra inappropriate that Israel bombed the hospital? Like, yeah, dude, they were keeping the hostages inside the hospitals. Like, I don't understand. It's a command center, and also they were keeping the hostages there, which is all the more reason to blow them up. I mean, what? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ran through hospitals. Holy shit.
It's really gross to see. I don't really care about, like, the Ethan in the context nuke saying he loves all the terrorists and heavily implying that I love all terrorists or whatever the fuck. Yeah, who cares? That's like basic stuff. He clips shit out of context. We know. You know what I mean? Anyway, begging you to cover the tattoo? No, dude. No. Fucking fuck off, okay? I don't give a shit about any of that noise. I don't give a shit about any of that weird stuff. I don't care. I don't care about this stuff. You are in it for the drama. You're in it for me to just like shit on Ethan for the sake of hating on Ethan. I don't hate Ethan. I don't hate anybody. I hate what he's saying. I hate that he's defending a fucking genocidal apartheid state. Make no mistake, okay? You cover dumb drama all the time anyway. It's true, I do, but not on like fucking, not in a way that dilutes the main purpose of what I'm trying to do here. The main purpose of what I'm trying to do here is not to like belittle Ethan or make fun of him. If I wanted to do that, I would watch 7 million different fucking YouTube videos in repeat about how much he's dog shit or whatever from the very same drama slop tubers who now love him. They've all made blistering takes on Ethan's robust career of fuck-ups. Just like Ethan watches and aligns with those very same drama slop tubers who have made similar videos on me. Okay? I don't care to belittle him. I want him to stop. I want him to stop being pro-Israel. I want him to shut the fuck up about Israel. I want him to stop misinforming his audience. I want him to stop attacking pro-Palestinian voices. That's what I want. I don't give a fuck what he does in his personal life beyond that. That's it. Why do you engage then? What? Turkish student? Why do you engage then? Turkish student? What do you mean, why do I engage? I think it's very clear why I engage. When a fucking content creator who presents themselves as pro-Palestine is telling their 20,000 strong audience of relatively progressive individuals that Israel has a right to bomb hospitals because fucking Hamas is doing command centers on their hospitals. That's Hasbara. That's just fucking lies being told to justify Israel blowing up every hospital in the Gaza Strip. Are you fucking stupid? Doesn't matter. Any content creator that has that size of an audience saying that, I'm gonna fucking smoke them. Are you stupid? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Ben Shapiro says that shit, I'm gonna dunk on him. You know what I mean? Maybe we can speak about South African resistance or Black Panthers, then about the media narrative. Man, shut the fuck up. Go start your own stupid fucking stream then. God, I hate this, like, backseat producing. Excuse me.
Yep.
I don't like the way you're covering these issues.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay,
This
you
is why I
follow
turned my
fucking
chat
show
off.
then. What
They
is this?
frankly got
What is
nasty.
this?
They
You go to
got
McDonald's and you're like,
yeah, like they frankly got nasty. Most of them, about like 30 of them were really fucking cool. The rest of them were just plain nasty. Most of the things they said, I just shut them out. I was like, I'm not gonna do this anymore. You know?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I don't like the way you're making this Big Mac, please. I'm
Yeah.
gonna come back there and fix it up myself.
Yeah, it's like,
shut the fuck up.
Like, shut the
Some
fuck
of you
up.
dumb motherfuckers literally think that you got a say in how this is conducted.
Yeah,
what
like
is
you
happening?
don't. You don't.
Yeah,
this
make
is
some
not.
fucking YouTube
You
videos
do
about
never
that
had it
issue,
like
and I'll watch them. How about that?
ratios about all you've got. You know
No
what I'm saying?
pushback from his community on it. Sadly, that's the problem. Defending against an attack as it relates to dehumanizing a group of people being genocided is not covering drama. Drama can be fun, but in this case, it's different and requires being addressed like you are. You shouldn't need an explanation. Yeah, that's why I separate like other dumb shit, like people being like, I'm talking about his tattoo. I don't give a fuck, dude. I don't care. I don't care whatever tattoo he gets. Okay. This is Burger King. We rule. No, the king rules. Okay. I am the monarch of burgers. You are the burger peasant. You will eat your gruel and you will like it. Fuck you mean? This ain't burger. This ain't Burger People's Committee. Okay, it's Burger King, as the name implies. The People's Republic of Burger. Thank you, Sultan. Exactly.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This guy's been hitting it the whole time, huh? What about over there at that? Maybe I can do that. I don't think metal's
If you
my
ever wound
thing,
up
or
with a
stone's my
bad
thing.
case of the gamer leg, in case you don't know what I'm talking about, take a look at this post that's been going around recently. And like a lot of people, I was wondering what this actually is. You see, to the best of my knowledge, this man is not blue cheese flavored, nor is he cookies and cream flavored, and he probably doesn't taste like blueberry muffins. I haven't tasted it myself, so I can't say for sure, but it seems unlikely. And the more this image spread, the more theories I saw about what this actually is. Most of them completely off the mark. But as it turns out, the owner of this leg actually came out to tell the real story. So for today's episode of Tales from the Internet, let's take a look at a condition known as gamer leg. This video is sponsored by Copilot. Copilot is an app that combines the personalization and the accountability of a real human expert with the flexibility of technology. Your virtual coach customizes guided workouts to your goals, schedule, and injuries. Every program is tailored to you and continuously adapted. I actually didn't realize at first that the app pairs you up with a real human coach. I was expecting some kind of automated thing, but I started using Copilot by having a call with my coach Isaiah. Because I already work out, we spoke about how we can change things up and optimize them. We went over what equipment I have access to, as well as how long I want to work out and how many days I want to work out. And then he made custom workouts for me based on our conversation. I was honestly kind of skeptical, thinking this was going to be one of those lame 15-minute office workout type deals. But his program was actually the right amount of challenge for me. And if your program is too easy or too hard, you can adjust it in the app, which actually provides your coach with helpful feedback. And if for whatever reason you don't think your coach is a good fit for you, you can switch to a new one. Something that the app has actually helped me out with a lot. I have the tendency between sets to kind of get lost on my phone, then all of a sudden I've waited way too long. Copilot keeps me locked in by timing the entire workout for me. You never have to think about your workouts because everything's planned for you. And the system is extremely flexible. You can work out at the gym or at home, and you can do it anytime. Whether you're new to working out or you're experienced and just want to find a way to kick things up a notch, Copilot makes fitness easy. Click my Copilot link in the description or go to go.mycopilot.com/wang. You'll get 14 days of free personalized fitness. You might be surprised to hear that I've seen a lot of gross shit in my time online. but there's always specifically been something about diseases that actually bothers me extra. I don't know what it is, I've just been always a little more skeeved out by it than most other stuff on gore sites that people consider worse. I think it's just something about the unknown factor here. You look at it and you're like, is this contagious? Will I get it? Is there anything that I can do to prevent myself from getting it? And this one has no context, it's just a caption that says, anyone else have gamer leg? And it just looks straight zombified. You got patches of gray skin with scabs and open sores. And among all the jokes, people are really trying to figure out what this is. It's clearly not something that a little moisturizer will help, even if you pay top dollar for the drunken elephant stuff. One suggestion that I saw a lot was the bubonic plague. And you might be like, wait a minute, I thought they wiped out the bubonic plague in the Middle Ages. They didn't. In fact, it still exists all over the world, including the western half of the US. On average, we get 7 cases a year. These cases generally come from flea bites from fleas that were carried by rodents. That being said, though, the bubonic plague is actually very treatable now, and it's very rare to actually die if you get it. And it looks nothing like this leg. The leg looks worse than the plague. Another common theory that I saw that this was the effects of poorly managed diabetes. Issues in the feet and legs from diabetes can manifest in a lot of different ways, but they generally don't look like this leg. Probably of everything I saw suggested, the closest match was scabies. Scabies, if you've forgotten from health class, is a parasitic infection that you sometimes get as an STD, but you can actually get it from any prolonged skin-to-skin contact. And some of the more severe cases do kind of resemble this, but the gamer leg picture clearly has a lot of necrotizing skin. On occasion, you will see a case of scabies where that happens, but it's super rare, something like 4% of cases. And when it does manifest, it's usually not as severe as this leg. But here's the thing, while we're all having our minds blown by this picture of a limb that looks like it was handcrafted by Tom Savini, myself included, for members of the fighting game community, this was old news. This was already an important piece of ancient lore. As it turns out, the leg belonged to a pro gamer named Marn. Marn had competed since 2005 and was most known for Guilty Gear. He also competed in various Street Fighter and Marvel vs. titles, as well as a Dragon Ball title. So technically, it really was gamer leg. The gamer leg situation came to be in July of 2014. Marn had been posting about this condition, showing the onset until it developed into the infamous gamer leg picture. The picture starts to make the rounds, first inside the fighting game community, and then it breaches containment, spilling out all over the internet. In particular, this one post on r/WTF blows up. A top 5 hospital in the country doesn't even know WTF this is. The comments were filled with a lot of same speculation that we all saw in the recent posts, with the addition of some other theories, like one that was posted about a woman with a condition who made her suddenly grow fingernails instead of hair. But this time, Marn himself came to set the record straight. Hi, that's my leg. To clear up the lies and bullshit about everything posted here, I decided to post the real story. 3 weeks prior to making this post, he noticed some bumps on his foot that he thought were mosquito bites. This wound up spreading throughout his arms, his legs, and his butt. The doctors told him this was a condition called HS purpura. HS purpura is a type of vasculitis that causes a distinct purple rash. Basically, the blood vessels in your skin, intestines, kidneys, and joints get inflamed and they bleed inside of you. The doctor told him that this isn't contagious, and he gave him an antibiotic and steroid to treat it. He was also tested for diabetes and his blood work was fine. And note that it's important to the story that the doctor told him it's not contagious, because shortly after he would be attending a major tournament, and some people would accuse him of knowingly spreading an infectious disease. In fact, from what I saw, some people still think that's what happened. In any case, the doctor advised him to not go to the tournament just because his body's going through a lot, he needs rest. But he went anyway. It wasn't a great decision. During the day, it feels fine, slowly deteriorating until nighttime where I couldn't even walk. At night, it's unbearable burning pain where I couldn't even sleep. I never had fevers, chills, or anything, just intense burning, throbbing pain. I'd sat down and played blackjack for a couple hours into the morning because it hurt to lay down. Unfortunately, I got up from blackjack and felt really dizzy, blacking out on the casino floor for a couple of minutes. Afterwards, I got up and felt completely refreshed. Some people suggested that he tried to soak with Epsom salts to help with the pain, but it didn't really do that much. Eventually, the pain gets so severe that he has to go to the ER. They give him an IV, fill him up with some antibiotics, they run some tests, and his blood work and ultrasound look fine. These doctors advised him to go see UCLA Medical, and that visit came sooner than expected. Later that night, he had to go to the ER because his pain was so severe, on top of throwing up the contents of an empty stomach. So his friend takes him to the UCLA emergency room at 6 a.m., and basically he just goes through the same procedure again, IV, antibiotics, tests. Once again, everything looks fine. They give him something to numb his stomach pain and tell him to set up an appointment with a dermatologist. And at the time of his post, he was waiting for that appointment. So now I just wait till Tuesday. The pus is oozing out by itself with a foul, rotten smell, but it's all scabbing up. At night, my left leg still gives out on me. That's basically it. Only pus is from my legs, but there's spots all over my legs and arms. He would later come back and edit the post to address claims that he picked up the disease in Vietnam. I did go to Vietnam from January to April of this year. This happened last week of June. I haven't been sick much in my life. My parents and brother have never had this. I had chickenpox when I was young. Everything depends on the appointment on Tuesday, I guess. Oh, and Marina ER doctor says she thinks it's vasculitis with a secondary infection, but not sure. Tuesday would arrive, and he would come back to the thread with an update. Went to the dermatologist of UCLA today. They didn't even seem worried. Said it was vasculitis or PLEVA. They cut into my leg and arm for 2 different biopsies, stitched it up, and sent me on my way. They prescribed me a month's worth of doxycycline, which I can't afford, so I'm probably going to die. Then they brought in 3 to 4 UCLA medical students to look at my stuff and explained why it's probably PLEVA/vasculitis and stuff. So PLEVA is described by the National Library of Medicine as follows. PLEVA is a relatively benign cutaneous disorder of unclear origin that affects children and young adults. Patients present with a spontaneous eruption of erythematous macules that evolve into papules, rapidly undergoing hemorrhagic necrosis and ulceration. It generally just
Am I not wearing it?
But that can take weeks.
Oh
or it can
my
take
god,
years,
come on,
and
man.
sometimes just comes back out of nowhere. It's also important to note that they don't really know what causes it. When I made the short versions of this video for TikTok and Instagram, I noticed a lot of comments because he's a bigger dude that, oh man, now I'm so scared I'm never gonna let myself get to that point. And it's good to be fit for a lot of reasons, but in this case, it probably won't save you. Although they don't know exactly what causes this, there is some evidence that it might be a weird immune response to some kind of viral or bacterial infection, or possibly the medicine used to treat such infection, but they haven't been able to identify exactly how it works. In any case, Martin's leg did clear up, he didn't get it amputated, he didn't make tacos out of it. And as far as I know, he didn't die. I saw a few people saying that he did die, but I think that stems from this joke memorial video that came out in 2012. But anyway, that's the story behind Gamerleg. If you like this video, turn on notifications and check out my video about the guy who did amputate his leg and turned it into tacos for his friends. And once again, click the link in the description to check out my sponsor, Copilot.
Thank you, Jimmy the Giant. I've liked and sub to your channel. Thank you, Wang. I've liked and sub to your channel.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace.
Let's be clear. Prison works. It ensures that we are protected from murderers, muggers,
Autopilot jumping.
In the UK right now, our prison system is literally bursting at the seams.
Prisons in England and Wales are full.
Inmates have no access to a shower for 5 days.
Prison, which has seen 13 deaths so far this year.
You've got people, 2 men, cramped into a 1-man cell. They're getting so desperate now, people getting so desperate, they're just beating up their cellmate and kicking the out of people just to get in a single cell.
So today, my friends, we will investigate Britain's prison industrial complex.
A justice system in chaos, prisons dangerously full. And so next week, thousands of prisoners will get out early under new emergency measures to free up space.
It's probably fair to say that here in Britain, we very much look down on criminals as like the dregs of the nation. Bad people who do bad things because they are bad. And it would be this attitude that has shaped the way that we actually deal with criminals. But we have to ask the question, where did this attitude come from? To answer that question, my friends, we must travel back to Victorian Britain, where prisons were pretty unchill. Like a shit, you know, I'm talking, you could go to prison from the age of 7, in the same conditions as a fully grown man. Often as part of the punishment, you were forced to just be in silence constantly. Or you would do like hard labor over a pointless task, like you might just crank a gear 1,000 times or something. I mean, imagine that, spending all day doing a completely pointless, monotonous task over and over again for no reason. You could also be subject to solitary confinement for 23 hours of a day. The guards would flog and beat you, and if you were very lucky and well behaved, you might get a bath every few weeks. So of course, disease ran rampant in these prisons. And like, this sounds insane, so you have to really wonder, why did we choose this approach? British attitudes towards crime are fundamentally based in the ideology of Victorian Christianity. The Victorians were incredibly elitist and very individualistic. The ruling Victorian class would look down on poor people, and they would see their poverty as a symptom of their poor decisions. And most importantly to this Victorian attitude, it had absolutely nothing to do with their environment. And you'll notice, like, if you listen to GB News, not a lot has changed.
We have developed a real victim culture where, you know, young men think that society has, you know, done terrible things to them, and that can lead itself to a kind of grievance culture where you think it's okay, you know, society has done this to me, I'm getting my own back.
And so, when it came to crime, the Victorians concluded that the only way to solve this is through punishment. But you gotta bear in mind that these same exact awful prison conditions were not just reserved for murderers, but also mums and their children if they couldn't afford to pay their debt. Yes, being poor was illegal back then. And so this was a bit shitty, right? And even the Victorians started to realise, like, maybe we should change some of this. And so this all led to one revolutionary thinker called Elizabeth Fry. Old Lizzie was of a different religious view, right? She was a Quaker. And Quakers tended to sort of more reject like religious hierarchy, and they tended to believe more in equality. Elizabeth Fry and the Quakers believed that every single human was equal under God. Now, as much of a fucking wokey that Lizzie was, she wasn't really that bothered about the men committing the crime. She was more focused on the fact that the women and the children were being put in the same prisons as, like, you know, the violent men. So she kind of suggested that maybe we shouldn't do that. She also started to fund some schools in the prisons to try and teach the women a skill. You know, things like sewing and knitting, to give them a skill that when they come out of prison, they could go and get work. So yeah, Elizabeth's work, although mainly targeted on women and children, was revolutionary and would go on to set the foundations for future prison reform. After World War II, we'd see more and more prison reform. We would ban the practice of hard labour, which was effectively slave labour, where you would just force them to work for free, and we would see more efforts into rehabilitating prisoners. And so it's really important to look at this moment and recognise that this was a distinct and key shift in ideology. It was a moment that moved us away from these very rigid Victorian attitudes of punishment and shame, and moved us toward an approach that was based in data and research. This is important because the way that we were doing it wasn't actually solving crime. It wasn't getting rid of crime. It was just simply punishing it. And so, like, whilst we were locking all these people up and treating them awful, we started to, you know, kind of wonder, like, what is the actual purpose of prison? Is a prison just a place to punish bad boys? Or was the purpose of prisons to make society as a whole safer? And like, it was very good what they achieved, but there was still much more work that needed doing. Politicians were quite aware of this. However, it was pretty low on like the political agenda. And we would see, if we look in 1964 at like the Labour manifesto, they back then were speaking of a problem of overcrowded prisons and a failure to truly rehabilitate criminals due to a lack of investment. Doesn't that sound familiar? And the Tory manifesto also talked about a very undetailed plan about crime, launching an all-out attack on the rising wave of crime. Yeah, that one also sounds familiar. You see, ultimately, despite the desperate need for reform, there was a lot of talk, but very little was actually happening. That was until one day.
I'll tell you something, this place will go off. And when this place does go off, the roof will go.
25 years ago, nearly 2,000 inmates broke out of their cells and took over Strangeways Prison in Manchester.
Strangeways was Britain's largest prison. It was like an old Victorian building. It was built originally for 900 inmates, but they managed to fit 1,500 by just telling everyone to breathe in a little bit. Terrible sanitation,
Approaching
piss,
Stargate.
and poo. There was extreme violence from the prisoners, but not just the prisoners, also the guards were insane. They would literally walk around with National Front symbols on their uniform. And so yeah, the prisoners took over the prison, with one of the prisoners being killed during the riot, along with 147 prison officers and 47 prisoners being injured. This story dominated the headlines, right? This was global news was covering this story. And the prisoners were pretty clever, right? They managed to use all this attention as an opportunity to explain how bad the conditions of the prisons were. And to my absolute bloody shock, the British public kind of supported
Autopilot
them.
jumping.
There's no modern sanitation in the cell blocks, and men, even living 3 in a cell, are required to slop out. If we treat men like animals, we ought not to be surprised that they behave like animals.
The riots led to the Wolf Report, which was an investigation into the conditions of the prisons. And in their investigation, they came to the conclusion that prisons probably shouldn't be overcrowded, probably they should have good sanitation, and we should probably allow prisoners to communicate to their families.
Tell Paul Taylor's mother's there when he comes down!
Anyway, the riots last 25 days, and this would be one of the many things that would lead to Margaret Thatcher resigning in 1990. Her and her government pushed policies of being like tougher and harsher on crime and criminals, but the problem was this approach didn't actually reduce reoffending rates, meaning that it didn't really work to lower crime. It didn't make society safer, it just made them feel good for punishing bad people.
Crime is crime is crime. It is not political, it is crime.
In the 90s, we had found ourselves falling back into the Victorian attitude of punishment, and we had lost track on what was the actual objective of prisons. Before we go any further with this video, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is the #1 platform for building and developing your own beautiful website. Whenever I've needed to make a website in the past, I've always used Squarespace. It's really simple, easy to use, and very intuitive. For me, what stands out is just the design, like the templates that they have. With Blueprint AI, you can make your own completely bespoke custom design by just providing it with some basic info about your industry and your company. Combining that with their massive catalogue of award-winning templates, you're going to have a beautiful website. Also, if you're doing email campaigns, email marketing, you can do that all through Squarespace. Squarespace also provides you really detailed analytics into your customers and the people visiting your website. This is just great to get a real clear picture of what it is your customers and potential customers are doing on your website. So be sure to check out squarespace.com/Jimmy the Giant. And to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain, use the code Jimmy the Giant. Anyway, back to the video. The 90s is a really interesting period of time to analyse, because although we consider it like the good old days and everyone was just slamming Sunny D's and doing Mizzo grinds on their rollerblades, the reality is that the 90s was the highest period of crime in human history. We just managed to do enough acid and ecstasy to kind of distract ourselves from it.
Everything's gonna be alright, alright, alright.
And so it would be the conditions of the 90s that would create an opportunity for a man by the name of Tony Blair. Tony rocks up and he's got a brand new attitude to deal with crime. Tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime.
Is there real policy behind that, or is it just a slogan?
What I believe that you require is to get away from this idea that you choose between either trying to prevent crime and deal with its causes, or simply punish the criminal.
New Labour, as it was called, was this approach from Tony Blair and Labour to try and, like, rebrand the left. You know, they wanted to show that they were the bad boys. They weren't your typical soppy lefty talking about systemic problems. Blah, 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 blah. Tony wanted to make it absolutely fucking crystal clear. We also believe that criminals are human scum, but, and just hear me out here, perhaps the fact that they grow up in poverty and, like, we've stripped them of funding and they have very little opportunities makes them more likely to become human scum.
This is just a personal view, but I think that the real problem that we face is that many of our young people are growing up in circumstances where they don't have much of a stake in society, where their environment is characterized, if you like, by family instability, by drugs, poverty, poor educational opportunity, high levels of youth unemployment. And I think it is also important that we try and tackle those causes as well.
Under New Labour, crime rates did drastically drop. From the highs of 18,000 back in 1995, down to 11,000 by 2005 to 6. However, right, whilst this was looking very good on paper, due to Tony Blair's tough on crime, he had started to increase the length of prison sentences. And so, in the same period of time, we were seeing our prison population growing. By 2010, the UK's prison population had reached record levels, increasing by 90% since 1993. So right, that's the whole tough on crime part, right? We're locking them up, giving them a good old hiding. That's great. But what about, you know, the whole rehabilitate, you know, the tough on the causes stuff? Are we still doing that? Well, the best way to look at it is reoffending rates. If you're rehabilitating prisoners, then it shouldn't be reoffending. However, in 2010, 67% of prisoners were caught reoffending within 2 years of being released from prison. That is bad. So the question as to whether this was making society safer and benefiting us all, you know, that one's up in the air. However, there was one group of people who were definitely benefiting from all of this. Private prisons. Yep, I know. Honestly, I wish I was joking, but yes, we have for-profit prisons in this country. Originally, before New Labour got into power, they were actually opposed to private prisons that the Conservatives were for. But as soon as they won, they instantly started backtracking on that. Since the opening of the very first private prison in 1992, the UK has the most privatised criminal justice system in all of Europe, with companies like G4S, Serco, Sodexo. In 2019...
Sodexo. Such a weird name. Got a little bit of wood and a little bit of stone.
Revenue for G4S was 7.7 billion. Serco in 2020 were bringing in 3.9 million a year. Oh, that's billion. And in 2021, Sodexo's international revenue was 17.3 billion euros. And you might be sat there wondering, you might be thinking to yourself, how does the glorious free market make profit from prisons? There must be so much innovation. They've developed a machine that removes criminality from their brain. No, I mean, like, what they do is they just charge the government a fee to have a prisoner. That's it. That's how they make money. The government pays them. And so, like, if that's your way of making money, then the only way you make profit and increase revenue is by making the prisons worse. Which, if in your brain makes you think, well, that sounds like not a good idea, you would be right. Private prisons are 42% more dangerous than public prisons. Staff members in private prisons are more likely to be assaulted. And also, for the prisoners, there is a higher rate of them self-harming, and they have higher drug addiction rates. And I know I'm breaking the first rule of neoliberalism, which is to never question the superiority of the free market.
No.
But, obviously, private prisons create a conflict of interest. If the fundamental objective of them is to make profit and make money, and they do so by worsening the conditions for the prisoners and the guards, when it comes to the idea of rehabilitating criminals, well, how high up the list do you think that one is?
I mean, Serco gets billions of pounds in public revenue for running services badly, and there's been scandal after scandal, and actually the public isn't happy with that. The thing that the government needs to do is to actually look at outsourcing, look at privatisation, and think again about the whole process. And we're calling for more transparency, more accountability, and more of a say for public service users.
So I want to talk a little bit more about crime and to understand crime waves, to give us more context to understand the current problem that prisons are in the UK. If we look at like a historic crime chart, you'll see that after the 50s, crime rates just started to grow. And there is a reason for this, right? So after the war, when all the squad came back and we were all GGing each other because, you know, we beat the Nazis, and like the boys were super buzzing and they hadn't seen their missus in a while, so they all just started shagging.
Oh, behave. Yeah.
Next thing you know, babies are flying left, right and centre. The population is exploding, and this was called the baby boom. So you gotta think, right, we had a ton of new babies, so a good amount of those babies are gonna be men. And I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but us men, we can be a little bit cheeky. From the age of 15 to 24, young men are demographically the most likely to commit crime. And so you got this massive explosion in population, and those bros have to go somewhere, right? Next thing you know, you have super overpopulated cities, creating more opportunities for crime to occur. So with this, right, in the 70s and the 80s, Thatcher comes in and deindustrializes lots of Britain. All the while, the banks and London gets very wealthy. So you get major inequality and lots of unemployment. And a little cherry on top is that our cultural values had massively undergone a change through Thatcher. We went from like community orientated to becoming very individualistic under this sort of dog-eat-dog capitalist ideology. And people were becoming more consumerist. So whilst all of this shit is happening, right, America, in their great wisdom, forced the world to just say no to drugs, creating a multi-billion-dollar illegal drug market. And so these young men started to form gangs and they took control of the drug market, leading to the 90s being an extremely high period for crime. However, by the 2000s, crime did start to fall. And so we have to wonder, like, was Blair a genius? Did he solve crime? Like, certainly Blair was a genius when it came to selling off public assets for pennies to billionaires. But in regards to crime rates, well, you know, there's a bit more to it than that. To give Tony Blair some credit, some of his strategies were successful. Sure Start was aimed at helping underprivileged families, he put more investment into education, and he introduced a minimum wage. All of these things to try and help tackle inequality. But the part that he didn't really have anything to do with was demographics. By the 2000s, people were just having less kids. The baby boom was this one-off explosion in population. And by the 2000s, there were just simply less young men aged 15 to 24 alive to commit crimes. And like, yeah, we also did get better at capturing, recording, and investigating crimes. And as well, the economics of the 2000s, this was a period of like economic prosperity. There was a bit more economic stability and there was less unemployment and wages were growing with inflation. All of these material factors helping also to reduce crime. But you see, whilst the crime prevention policies were a step in the right direction, really they weren't enough. Because under the surface of this kind of illusion of crime rates dropping, we were very quietly creating another problem, hidden away in the detention rooms of your local public school.
We've discovered that a growing number of children are being excluded from mainstream education for drugs and violence.
Why did you get excluded from your previous school?
Throwing a rock at a teacher.
What kind of drug do you take?
Weed. Cocaine.
Hands up if you think it's easy to get drugs.
In Britain, we have these facilities called PRUs, pupil referral units, and it's for like naughty or troubled kids in school to sort of give them additional support. Now, it's going to probably shock you to hear this, but PRUs are heavily underfunded. 1/3 of local authorities in England have no spaces in their state-funded alternative provision for at-risk kids. So what exactly happens to those kids?
But PRUs have a bad reputation, a breeding ground for gangs and conveyor belt to prison.
Safer London talks about this recurring story of how when kids are expelled from schools, it can literally be a direct pipeline for them to end up in prison. It talks about how when you have youngsters who, from an early age, were exposed to violence, abuse, loss, and neglect at their homes, these things often manifest in their behaviours. They can either become more aggressive and confrontational, or the opposite. They can become like more withdrawn and more recluse. And very often, these behaviours lead to them getting kicked kicked out of school. It has been shown that 65% of adult male prisoners were expelled from school at least once. It's also been noted that since schools introduced league tables, which ranked schools by their test results, this had created an unintended consequence that head teachers became much more liberal with expelling kids that were a little bit troubled to, stop their test results going down.
In a school of 2,000 children, you have the worst behaviour rate.
A student told the teacher I had a knife on me, and they didn't search me or anything. They just said that I had a knife on me, and they just expelled me from there.
And you have to think, what does being expelled from school look like? What do you do, right? You've got nothing to do.
You don't
finished
go
playing
back
GTA
next year.
San Andreas 7 times, so you just walk down the shops. Next thing you know, you're hanging with a group of lads out front of co-op, throwing Haribos at strangers. Older members of local gangs toddle on over and start recruiting them to sell drugs.
You know you want to hold it, fam. Too dangerous. What do you mean it's dangerous, bro?
And it's a complicated one because, of course, naughty kids can affect other kids in a school, and removing them from the school can help get rid of that nuisance. However, the problem is that when we don't fund alternatives properly, it forces vulnerable children to the margins of society, which is just an absolute pathway towards criminal behavior and then prison. So all of this has left us in a really weird place. While it's true that crime rates are historically at a very low point, we never actually solved the root causes of crime. We were tough on crime, but we were pretty soft on the causes of crime.
We're putting money into every aspect of the criminal justice system. So we're putting more police out on the street, 20,000 more officers out on the street. And when you talk about, stopping people getting onto the conveyor belt, yes, you're right too.
Over an 8-year period, right, the Tory government cut spending on prisons by 22%, dropping from 3.48 billion in 2010 down to 2.71 billion by 2017. On top of doing that, they also cut 20,000 police officers, and they cut preventative youth services by $500 million. All of this due to our favourite friend, austerity. So in this period of time, sort of 2010s onwards, whilst the economic situation of the country was looking pretty bad, despite our overall crime rates coming down, some types of crime are on the rise again, particularly violent crime and theft. These criminals are being squeezed into what is an overcrowded prison, which are currently buckling under pressure and bursting
British
at the
bed
seams.
or
At the end of
crafting
May
station.
2024, we had 80,000 spaces for prisoners. However, we had 87,000 prisoners. And this overcrowding is expected to climb. And when it comes to the UK's reoffending rates, well, yeah, it's not looking good. 75% of ex-inmates reoffend within 9 years, and 39.3% reoffend within 12 months. And I know that all sounds pretty depressing and not very good, but what if, my friends, there was another way? Well, my friends, far, far away from the wastelands of Slough, in the socialist Disneyland called Norway, where free healthcare, childcare, and universities grow on trees, there lies another way. In the 90s, Norway's prison system was one of the worst in Europe. There had tons of violence, there was riots, and they weren't really doing a lot of rehabilitation, resulting in more than 2/3 of prisoners reoffending within 2 years of release. Now, Norway has one of the lowest rates of
Bam Margera was always in the Tony Hawk's skate games, yeah.
incarceration.
I used to play as him a lot.
In the entire world, and their reoffending rate after 2 years is 20%, and after 5 years is 25%. So, what the fuck happened? How did they do this? Norway looked at it and just used their fucking brains. They realized that punishment is only going to get you so far. But if you actually want to stop crime and solve crime, you need to rehabilitate criminals. And so, in the prisons of Norway, they emphasize humane conditions, as well as giving them education and training so that they can reintegrate into society and be a productive member. Prisoners in Norway have rights. They can vote, they can go to school, they have healthcare. Yes, my American
They're still
friends,
human beings.
A prisoner in Norway.
Yeah, we
has
don't
more rights than
brutalize.
you.
Yeah, they don't brutalize.
If we look
their
at costs,
criminals.
right, in Britain, to keep a prisoner for a year, it cost us $60,000. Whilst Norway's yearly cost is higher, it's $90,000. However, Because reoffending rates are so much lower and incarceration rates are much lower, in the long term, it's much cheaper for them. It's been said that in America, if they were to adopt the same system, it would save them $45 billion per year. But of course, when Elon Musk is endlessly talking about governmental waste, you are never going to hear about that. Norway has estimated the cost of them doing this approach for each 25-year-old who's diverted away from doing crime saves Norway 2.4 million per person. And even if that person remains on government welfare for the rest of their life, it will still save them 1.1 million per person. Whilst here in the UK, we spend 18.1 billion every year due to reoffending.
Coming out of prison and having nowhere to stay, yeah. Before you knew it, I had a habit again, Jason. And before you knew it then, I was shoplifting and defending my habit.
Leon was jailed for a fray in June, released homeless in July, re-jailed for shoplifting in September, and released again 2 weeks ago.
Around 67% of British people that are in prison entered prison unemployed, they didn't have a job. And when it comes to when prisoners are released from prison, we will find that 2/3 of prisoners are still unemployed. Whereas in Norway, prisoners that were unemployed before coming into prison see a 40% increase in employment after release. And just in every single way you could possibly look at it, like British prisons are over capacity, we have 107.8% full. Norway's are under capacity, they're just 73% full, meaning they're saving money just there in and of itself. So just to recap about fucking goody two-shoes Norway, their system not only saves them a shitload of money, but it also makes society safer. And Britain's system does neither of those things. And you might be sat there wondering, like, surely the politicians are aware of this data, right? It's quite public data. Why are we not doing exactly the same thing?
Well, the Labour government has implemented a controversial pay rise for prisoners in England and Wales, which marks the first such increase in 8 years. Now, this comes at a time, obviously, when the government and the country is facing significant, what should we say, economic challenges, to say the least.
A man by the name of Anders Breivik, who, despite being a mass-murdering neo-Nazi, he, in prison, has a kitchen, a washing machine, a microwave, even
I remember that guy, Anders.
The prison where Breivik is currently being held.
That guy, oh my god, look at his fucking thing.
Even a fully equipped gym.
Now, the prison where Breivik is currently being held, he would...
That weird shithead who killed like almost 100 people, this is where he lives? That's almost better than, I mean, it is, it's better than my house. It's like, well, I don't know if it's better. No, I don't think it's better.
Was transferred to this...
I don't know, I can't... my room might be bigger.
Lavish 2-story complex away from the other inmate 2 years ago.
Yeah, like the rest of the world is not savages. That's something America and Britain does. It's weird. The rest of the world, like, I would say... Some of them are kind of harsh when they're on their prisoners. Like, Japanese people are extremely harsh on their prisoners. But I mean, like, I think that's kind of their business. The frames of Mortal 2 got improved quite a lot.
It includes a kitchen, dining room, and a surprising touch, a TV room equipped with an Xbox.
My mate Dave's studio flat doesn't have half of that stuff, and he hasn't murdered anyone. This poses a moral question. Do murderers, do nonces, do rapists, do they deserve all of the same comforts as us if it means they're less likely to reoffend? At the heart of this moral dilemma goes back to that early original question, which is, what is the point of prison? The Norwegian system makes a simple, pragmatic argument. If the data tells us that by treating prisoners humanely, by not brutalizing them, shaming them, and overly punishing them, you reduce the chance of them becoming even more dangerous when they leave prison. But the sticky bit is when you apply that logic to someone like Anders Breivik. He's got a 21-year life sentence, which, if he can prove that he's truly reformed, he will be released from jail at the end of it. The idea of someone as evil as him sitting in a relatively nice, humane environment. On top of it, the cheeky bastard has taken the Norwegian government to court over complaints that he has been mistreated by prison guards, and that he wants better living conditions. Understandably, this is going to fill your average person with rage, and it truly pushes the Norwegian approach to its like philosophical limit. However, I think in a country like Norway, where good living conditions are like a universal right to every Norwegian, I think perhaps that this universally high living standard allows people to accept the awful side effect of giving awful criminals a decent quality life. And I think that is at the heart of the problem here in the UK, whereby we don't have that universally high living standard. People have to work incredibly hard in multiple low-paid jobs to afford to live sometimes just on the edge of poverty. And so when
It's
someone
so
like that
dumb.
is reading
I
some
can't
rage-bait
stand
article
most of the
telling
way
them that
America's
we spent
run.
£21 million on flat-screen TVs for prisoners,
Goddamn
and
dumb.
not only that, access to education and vocational training, you can fucking understand that there is a completely reasonable feeling that that is unfair. But really, this isn't the problem we're presenting it as. It's a separate problem. The real deep problem here is not about prisons. It's about having failed to ensure the British working class a decent standard of living. It makes it impossible for us as a country to even remotely consider the Nordic model.
She works 16 hours a week, and with benefits her total income is $1,600 a month. 2/3 of that spent on rent for this studio flat in London. After childcare, she says she's left with around £17 a day.
British politicians are famously like fence sitters. We look at places like Norway and look at all their policies, and we see them working and we go, okay. And then we look at a place like America and their very regressive attitudes and policies that clearly don't work. And we go, let's do both of them at the same time. However, due to the UK prison system being in crisis, due to austerity cuts, it creates a problem where our halfway approach to punishment and rehabilitation, well, it does neither of those things very well.
Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow.
After the UK riots very recently, it led to 700 people being in prison. And so, Keir Starmer looked at the overcrowded prisons and said, all right, let's release half of the prisoners early so we can make room for more prisoners. And, you know, very shockingly, some of those prisoners who were released have already gone on to reoffend. Some of them reoffending to avoid being homeless. For us, releasing a prisoner early means they get half of the punishment and half of the rehabilitation. Due to our prisons being understaffed and inadequate facilities, only 35% of prisoners with mental health issues are actually receiving help, whilst just 32% of the people who go through addiction treatment actually ever finish them. So very luckily, our new fence-sitter Prime Minister has come in with his big plan to radically reform prisons. By big plan, I mean small minor tweaks that will basically do nothing and no one is happy.
This mission, Crime and Justice, is my life's work. I've made it central to my Labour Party because it's central to the lives of working people.
So his goal is to open up 14,000 new prisoner spaces by 2031, to give out fewer prison sentences, and to put 13,000 new prison officers onto the streets.
Will that reduce crime? Will that act as a deterrent? I don't think so. It may satisfy our desire for punishment, but whether we want to spend all that money doing that rather than spending it on schools, hospitals, all those other things, that's the political question.
They talk a little bit about what can be done to encourage people away from a life of crime.
Yeah, like the
But
only
they
reason
seem to
that
fall
people
short of
steal,
thinking of ideas
we
of
have
how to
criminals,
actually
but we also
stop
have like people who
committing
steal
crime
just
in
because
the
they
first
can't
place.
get
I will
anything.
lead a Labour government that will roll its sleeves up and fix the fundamentals, make our streets safer.
It has literally one sentence talking about funding youth services and mental health support, etc. And it mainly just focuses on this tired narrative of reinforcing our strength through policing and punishment. Which, like, sure, you need a strong police force. Like, I'm not against those things. However, if you don't ever tackle the causes, the roots to crime, the living conditions that create the breeding grounds for crime, then all you're doing is trying to make yourself feel good for punishing baddies. Well done, mate. You did it.
We make no distinction. Crime is crime, and this government will tackle it.
As a country, we really need to move beyond this lazy attitude that crime is just this social ill. and understand, because all the fucking data tells us, that crime is linked to the worsening material conditions of ordinary people. As people get poorer and poorer, things are being underfunded, etc., crime is more likely to occur. So we can either double down on like this Victorian punishment attitude, or we can actually follow the data and research to think with our heads instead of just responding with our emotions.
Youth crime is not a problem in itself, it's a manifestation of a series of other problems that we should be focusing on. Social deprivation, disadvantage, poverty, unemployment, unmet needs, health issues, psychological problems that children and young people experience, that adults need to support them with.
If you enjoyed that video, go check out my Patreon, you can come support me. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Oh no.
Northerners, with their shorts in the winter, community spirit, and then Southerners, with their Waitrose and lack of eye contact.
A Northerner has been accused of terrorising London by walking around saying hello.
England has long been split in two. However, behind all the jokes and the stereotypes lies a story of betrayal and exploitation.
We've got the interest of the working miners to consider, 78,000 of them.
Two different Britons and two different ideas of how this country should be run, and a brutal division that has spanned the course of history. Today, we will explore England's North and South divide.
Basically, when it starts getting really when you're in the north.
Being a northerner, we're northerners, and I don't care what the southerners think of us.
I don't know, every time you meet a northerner, they have a thing against us. I don't know what it is.
What?
Let's spin the wheel. First thing we did is the north-south divide.
Alright, so a question that plagues every Brit is, where does the north, where is it begin? And it's kind of a hard question because as much as we might ask for one, they haven't built a wall.
I believe we should build a wall and make it official. I do.
There's no loading screens, there's no official signposts, even though our motorway signs point this, it's somewhere in that direction. And so yeah, it really kind of depends who you ask. If you ask a Londoner, they might say,
north of Watford and you're in cannibal country.
And if you don't know, Watford's here, so that's their imagination of where the north is. If you want your boy's opinion, and I'm based here, I consider myself a southerner, obviously, listen to me. And to me, the north is kind of like where your accent changes. If you start saying Bath, you're a northerner. So to me, I would probably consider it somewhere around Peterborough or like Leicester or something like that. However, if you were to ask someone from Scotland...
Where does the north of England start, in your opinion? Edinburgh.
But lucky for us, there is a smart boy by the name of Danny Dorling who did some serious academic tings. He plotted the north and south divide as here. So, I guess that's it. Case closed because Danny told us so. Thanks, Danny. Fucking nerd.
There are some foreigners that are coming over and taking our jobs, and not even working.
They take our jobs if they're not working.
Because they do it. They do it. Simple as that.
On a very surface level,
do it.
The obvious difference between the north and the south of the
How do they
country
take our
is
jobs if they're not
accents.
working?
Northerners have like a ton of different accents. You've got your Manchester accent, Liverpudlian accent, Yorkshire accent, Geordie accent.
Proper naughty boys.
Geordie was the word I was looking for earlier.
Differences. In the south, it's much more simple. We have two accents, rich and poor. If we're just going to paint general strokes, it tends to come down to how we pronounce certain vowels. So words like bath, path, laugh, half. Northerners will say it like bath, path, half, and laugh. Silly Northerners. But accents aside, what about behaviour? Northerners, generally, are seen as friendly. They're a bit tougher, they're a bit more hardy. And we also kind of see them as, like, less educated. I didn't say it, it wasn't me. But this is interesting, right? Because, like, Northerners chat to each other, chat to strangers much more than Southerners do. And that's why if you're, like, a super duper deluxe mega multinational corporation and you want to, like, seem as though you're a family-run business, typically in their adverts, they will use Northern accents because we perceive like the Yorkshire accent as just more trustworthy.
Last stop on road will be on my Pegasus place.
was like taking bread to the top of the world.
But you know, when they do the technical smart stuff at the end of the advert, they'll use a southerner, obviously. Yes, Peter, we'll take it from here, thank you.
Well, this still has many times more wheat germ than ordinary bread.
So yeah, southerners are generally seen as like more educated, ruder, more arrogant, softer, like weaker, stubborn, stuck up. I mean, like, come on, northerners, at least they have all the friendly, nice, happy-go-lucky stuff. For us, it's just bad things.
Up their own arses, aren't they, a little bit?
Pretty mean Londoners.
Not got a full grasp on reality, do they?
Posh tarts. Posh. No matter
Posh
where they're from, they
tarts.
always sound a little bit posh on side.
Posh
But, you
tarts.
know, at least we're richer, so I can cry in my Ferrari.
Posh
Or more
tarts.
likely an overpriced Waitrose meal deal.
Who's from London gives a
Posh
shit?
tarts.
Quite a few. That was probably the longest conversation you've ever had with a stranger, I imagine.
Right, look, now we've done the stereotypes, that's kind of the cute, fun, friendly side of this story done. If a northerner and a southerner were having a beer together in a pub, this is what they would talk about for the first 1, maybe 2 beers. What's that, mate? No, it's pronounced half, not half. Cob. It's a bread roll, mate. Football references. But you see, it'd be around about pint number 3 or 4, where things would start to get interesting and the conversation would take a turn.
Approaching Stargate.
Without London, the GDP per capita of the UK would be less than the state of Mississippi, the poorest of the United States.
Put simply, the south of England is richer than the north. However, has this always been the case? Has the south always been richer than the north? No. You see, the way it worked historically is that before the Industrial Revolution, we had the Agricultural Revolution. And in this time, both the north and the south were toiling the land, growing carrots and potatoes and raising animals. And in general, in this period of time, the south was like more forgiving when it came to farming. The land is flatter, the weather is marginally more reliable. And so in this time, many of the aristocrats who owned all the land, a lot of them would have these really large estates in the south of England. And whilst, of course, there were giant estates also up north, if you kind of look at these sort of maps of castles and manor houses, etc., you can really see like the concentration of all of these buildings are closer in the south and a bit more spread out in the north. And so yeah, historically the south was a bit wealthier and it would have the big wealthy cities like London, Oxford, Cambridge, and with its location being closer to Europe, it meant that we could trade across the seas. And so the south tended to have easier access to more like luxury goods. But then one day the boys would log on, load up the server, and there was a major update. The Industrial Revolution. In unison, the boys grabbed their diamond-enchanted pickaxes and headed for the mines, in search of one material, coal. The Industrial Revolution completely flipped the tables. Now, the north was wealthy, and it's to do with coal. If we look at these maps, you can see how much coal is up north versus the south. This was all tied together with like the invention of the steam-powered engine, the steamboat, the steam train, all of which required coal to operate. It had this ripple effect where they became like the hub for shipbuilding and like heavy engineering. The north had fucking risen, and now the south were the brokies. Bazza, what are you holding? What the fuck is that? Mate, you know what it is, it's a carrot. What's that, Bazza? I can't hear you over all this fucking coal. However, this success wouldn't last forever. I just want to take 1 minute here, lads, and brag for a second how, you know, these videos, they're pretty smooth, right? They look good, they look polished. But I'm gonna be honest, they take a ton of work, like a ton of my time is editing. I couldn't make these videos without today's sponsor, Storyblocks. I've been using Storyblocks long before they reached out to me, so that's why I'm really happy to be able to advertise them to you today. But Storyblocks offers unlimited downloads of a wide range of super high quality videos, music, sound effects, templates, animations, and genuinely they have saved me hours when it comes to editing. Like things, especially when it comes to animations. In the past, I used to have to bang out a YouTube tutorial if I wanted to learn how to do a tiny little animation. Now I just have templates. And the beauty is that it has a plugin that can directly be used in your editing software. I use Premiere Pro, but it works with many others. And what's really important to remember is it's all 100% royalty free. So keeping you legally in the clear when it comes to licensing footage. So to get started with your unlimited stock media downloads, head over to storyblocks.com/Jimmy the Giant, or just click the link in the description. Anyway, back to the video.
Yes. Überhaupt.
So at some point, the North falls off, right? And a lot of people kind of debate when this happened. A lot of people say that during the interwar period, so between like the 20s and the 30s, the Bogdanov brothers came in and absolutely flooded the North's economic boom.
Don't beat.
However, according to this paper called The Political Economy of Britain's North-South Divide, it claims it was even earlier, it was 1914, where the idea of the prosperous North had already come to an end. Also, this paper is more specific. It splits the North into two different categories. So it groups together the manufacturing heartland, which is the West Midlands, Northwest and Yorkshire Humberside regions. And then it groups together the industrial periphery. This includes Wales and Scotland, as well as the northern region. And if you look at some of these graphs, it actually shows that the industrial periphery was already on a gradual decline, long before. But you see, whilst all this turmoil was happening, quietly sat back, waiting for its opportunity, was the South.
The first problem we got to get rid of is that slut upstairs.
The South was different, right? Yeah, we had very high unemployment, and we didn't have coal, and yeah, we were generally poorer, but we did have London. And that means that we had them rich boys, you know, them prancy bros with their I don't know what they do, to be honest. And so like, think about it. Whilst the Northerners were down in the mines, filling their inventory full of coal, working themselves to death, creating these massive ships, by the early 1900s, the South was getting into all these sexy new industries. I'm talking light engineering, you know, electrical.
Docking permission requested.
As well, London had become our capital for commerce and finance. It had become literally an international trading hub. Big corporate headquarters, research and development centres, they were in the South. You see, the North had completely tied itself to coal and heavy engineering. It had gone all in. Whole towns were literally built around mining. The South's economy was much more modern and much more diverse. And so while the Northerners were toiling in the mines, the South were taking those spoils and building their rocket ship to the moon.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
The source of life has suddenly dropped away from the whole community. The folk linger on unemployment allowances, but the place is dying.
So look at this graph, right? If you see this graph and you see this massive fuck-off spike, that means bad. During the interwar period, unemployment, it went insane. Poverty is absolutely rotted, and the vibes were very unchill.
Can I tell you something? Yeah, bro, yeah. The vibe's off, man.
And the people of Britain in this time were speed-running political extremism. The commies and the fascists were out in full force, and it was pretty touch and go for a minute. And like, a lot of this anger and animosity was to do with the unemployment, which was directly tied to Britain's decline in industrial output. This map here is really interesting because it shows how industrial technologies spread across the continent. So our nation got very rich first, and all of our wages went up. However, when wages go up, that means people have more money, and that means the cost of living goes up. And so that means the lives of the working class, the labour force, they need more money, they need higher wages to sustain their life. And like, yeah, the workers were loving it. This is great, you know, more money. It means we can eat sugar. Or try this, Billy, it tastes like dreams. However, there is a problem. You see, as these less developed nations had finally got their tech tree to the Industrial Revolution, they now had all the technology that we had, but their wages were much lower than ours. So cheap that it would be much cheaper for us to fucking send a pigeon to tell them to put their coal in a boat, huck that boat all the way to Britain, than for us to use our own coal and pay the wages they need in order to mine it. And so basically, the North got fudded.
Ibort. Don't beat.
The third is this: we have to buy abroad in order to live and prosper. We can only buy abroad if we sell abroad. Let's pull together for prosperity.
After the war, Clement Attlee and the Labour government come in and just save Britain from fascism, basically. And how they do so is by moving us away from this extreme free market capitalism, a system that will always look for the cheapest supply and pay the lowest wage to make the most profit. It's just the name of the game. And so after the war, our whole country moved into what was more like a social democratic system, where the government's job was to ensure that all people were employed and paid a living wage. And so they would do this by nationalising industries such as mining and manufacturing. And to prop this up, they would impose things like tariffs and subsidies. These were protectionist policies to make sure that foreign imported goods didn't outcompete our own goods. And so these policies, whilst they were not economically efficient, they would stave off unemployment, poverty, and also reduce inequality. And the hope was that the people of Britain wouldn't elect a Hitler or a Britler, if that's better for you. And these policies, these were radical policies, and they worked. The UK economy boomed boomed, Britain as a whole gets massive investment and inequality shrinks. And like, yeah, maybe the South was doing a little bit better than the North, was getting a bit more investment, but the thing is everyone was winning in general and we were kind of chill with it. And then some absolute fuck shit happens.
Well, I can't see any future really, not for the children. There's just no future in it for any of us.
There are nearly 2 million houses officially unfit for human habitation. Nearly a quarter of our homes are without either an inside lavatory, fixed bath or hot water.
Mate, the 70s was an absolute mess. This is where it really took a turn, right? It went from, it's bath, you stupid northerner. No, now it was, you people literally destroyed this country, you have ruined us, and we hate you now. Now this is where we have to remember, right, that the North and the South, their economies were based on two very different things. These northern industries started to be considered what is known as lame duck industries. It's the duck that, you know, has a good heart, he cracks some funny jokes from behind, but the problem is his wings a bit gammy, and he's kind of slowing down the whole pack. And we can handle that when, you know, when the going's good and we're growing, but what if everything all went wrong at the exact same time?
In the last 2 years, Britain has suffered one of the highest inflation rates in Europe.
And so the miners' strike continues. And while it continues, coal supplies begin to decline.
Traffic in the cities was down by about 10%, and those looking for petrol were reminded that there was no point in queuing.
With little immediate prospect of industrial growth, those without work now account for 6% of the total labour force. All were aware that Britain was in its worst economic crisis for more than 40 years.
We shall have a harder Christmas than we have known since the war.
The leadership of the NUM has said uneconomic pits must stay open. That is absurd.
And so throughout the 70s, really, the North goes to war politically with the South. The trade unions are fighting the government for better pay for the miners. And the government doesn't have the money and or the want to pay them. But like, the miners are there and, you know, they still need to eat food.
Holding the country to ransom, they're not. They just want a fair day's wage for a fair day's work.
Now look, you can obviously tell I'm probably more sympathetic to the North, but the North, they weren't angels. In response to the Southerners and all the stereotypes they gave of Northerners, they would say we're all selfish, stuck up, arrogant, and that we care for nothing other than ourselves, which, yeah, it's true, but, you know, you can't say that.
You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
However, you have to remember the South really hold the power in this country. The South always gets the most investment. Westminster is located in London, and all the newspapers that were fueling this sort of war, for a long time, most of them were literally located on one street called Fleet Street. And over time, this growing rift between the middle classes of the South and the working classes of the North become increasingly hostile toward each other.
Have you noticeably cut down the standard of living that you have?
Yes, definitely.
Have you had to actually cut back on anything?
Well, no, I haven't. Prices have increased, and they've increased by, 20%. Easy.
How much does it worry you?
Well, it doesn't really worry me, that much.
As a sort of perception was increasingly pushed that the miners were being selfish and asking for too much. But this was further fuel, this was further divisive rhetoric that was splitting the country down this sort of north-south divide, leading to Thatcher shutting the mines.
We want a very prosperous coal industry, but you can't do it by failing to invest in the new and by clinging to the old.
People's got no jobs, they're starving, children starving. It used to be a thriving community and she just totally killed it all.
Overnight, this just gutted the North. This was their communities, their history, their entire economy and soul was built around being these mining communities. And this attitude, like the cruelty of this decision, irreversibly changed British cultural values. Previously, we saw ourselves as one nation, working together, looking out for our weakest, and banding together to make our country better for everyone here. But now we were divided, and you can see it in like the voting patterns of the North and the South. The North typically were more working class and they voted for Labour, and many of them were members of trade unions. These groups pushed for more workers' rights and believed in more government ownership and more social democratic policies. However, the South mainly voted Conservative, who were more into privatisation and reducing government spending and investment, sort of, unless you're a very rich business and then have all the money you want. And so, the North had slowly become seen as a burden to the country. The North, who had once literally powered the British Industrial Revolution, and Thatcher sort of blamed these unemployed unemployed people as being like leeches of the government.
What sort of society do you think we'd have if you said, it's the state's job to find a job, it's the state's job to house me, it's the state's job to look after my family?
She flipped everything we believe in. Her rhetoric around like the nanny state would lead to a massive skepticism of government investment and spending. But it was kind of specifically cruel because it really demonized individuals. And so all of this created some monumental problems for the north of England.
You start to take through what they call spending in the public sector. First, government has no money. We only take in money from ordinary men and women. So we take in more to spend it. It means that they don't have it to spend. So the amount...
Yep. Gonna go pee and stir my dinner. I'll be right back.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, how is this?
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay.
amount of demand is the same in the economy.
So after the 80s, Britain deindustrialized. So whilst the South was being pushed into the future, the North was being left behind. And like, you know, it's complicated because Thatcher was probably right. We should deindustrialize. However, because her ideology was so like fundamental, it was so radical. Instead of deindustrializing and then pumping investment to help bring the North up to speed, she had completely made the whole country against investment from the state. And so when the mines closed, entire communities, towns, cities went into massive decline. We can see here how employment declines in manufacturing and services in the north, but we see a stark rise in service employment in the south. And we can see general trends that the employment rises in the south and generally drops in the north. And like, you've got to think what effect this does have to the north, like the ripple effects, right? So say you're a northerner and you were quite affluent and you were quite educated, and all of a sudden the north has just died. Many of those people are going to look at the south and see how prosperous it is and move there.
I mean, the only reason people lived in these villages was because there was a mine there. And when they did take the mine away, we were left with a state of anomie where there was no point to be there.
The report paints a picture of lives marred by family fragility, stagnant wages, poor housing, chronic ill health and crime. The most disadvantaged in Britain are no better off than they were 15 years ago at the time of the financial crash. There is no sign that help is on the way.
And mate, like from here, it literally just gets worse and worse. You can look at economic output, productivity growth, real wages, and also housing prices, transport connectivity, R&D spending, investment. Bruv, it ain't looking good. Poverty rates are 5 percentage points higher in the north than the rest of England. Job growth since 2004 has been less than 1% in the north. Compare that to 12% in London, the southeast, and the southwest. There was a report in 2016 that said that 310,000 graduates from up north had moved down south. And when they survey young people these days, they say that nearly half, 44% of 16 to 21-year-olds in the north expect to move from their area for better job opportunities. And basically, only 15% of those who plan to move have any plans of staying anywhere up north. So most are going to go south. They have generally worse health, and it's believed that 30% of the north and south's productivity gap is actually due to lower health in the north. They've done the maths right, and they've worked out that if we just improve the north's health, it would literally add 13.2 billion to the UK GDP. And on top of all that, right, if it ain't bad enough, they die younger than southerners. They have a lower life expectancy. Northern kids are also more likely to be in lower income families and having to claim free school meals versus the south. And there's a lot of evidence to say that this poverty, like this deprivation, results in kids coming out of school with lower grades. Children in London and the southeast are 57% more likely to go to university than in the north. So this is going to affect their futures, their job prospects. Your future is just better off if you live in London.
The UK is unusual in that while other developed countries saw regional inequalities stay stable in the last 40 years, it's actually increased since the 1970s in the UK.
So with all of this in mind, you have to remember, these are the consequences of decisions made by politicians. So it would be really handy if we had something to compare against, you know, like a state that was split into two, one poorer than the other.
Germany, 4 years after the end of the Second World War, balanced between devastation and new beginnings, and of course facing some dramatic changes.
East Germany was in the Soviet Union up until the 90s. It literally had a wall. You couldn't come in and out. They were in desperate poverty. But then...
I'm Peter Jennings in New York. Just a short while ago, astonishing news from East Germany, where the East German authorities have said, in essence, that the Berlin Wall doesn't mean anything anymore. It is perhaps the most important announcement made in Central Europe since the end of World War II, certainly since the wall went up.
Since the 90s, if you compare the difference, the inequality between West and East Germany, the West and East were able to get much closer and reduce that inequality. And you know, they did this through major investments, and these investments were achieved with no cost to the economic performance of Germany as a whole. And like, boys, I can't stress this enough. This is a failed Soviet state in the 90s. Compare that to what was once the prosperous north of Britain. And apparently, according to this research, half of the UK's population live in regions whose prosperity is no better than former East Germany. We have literally got worse whilst they improved. And the paper also tells us that in the UK, our Friedman-type shareholder capitalism has largely only benefited London in a way that's largely been at the expense of other regions, while at the same time, nationally, gaining no long-term productivity advantage over any of the similarly developed countries around. To me, it's like a really good example of showing how this Thatcher ideology doesn't work. You need to invest into things to maximize what you get out of it.
There's not been trickle down of growth. The opposite.
So with all that being said, right, what are we doing to try and fix the North? Everyone knows we need to do something, and every so often, every few years, we get a new scheme. Yeah, no, don't worry about it, we got you, don't worry. We're gonna fix you up nice and proper.
Can we fix it? No, we can't!
Winston Churchill, in 1912, said that if we wanted to preserve the UK, we needed to split it into 4 different regions, sort of implying that it would give the North its own governing body. Jump forward to 2014. George Osborne walks out in Manchester and announces the Northern Powerhouse. You know, they had all these big ideas. We're going to pump a load of money, do loads of stuff, bring all the money, do investment, woo! And like, some of it happened, sort of. But the key things, like the National Powerhouse Rail, that has been promised forever. Because all these major northern cities have terrible connections between them and is costing us money. We could be making more money if we fixed it, but that never got built.
Well, this is what I'm saying. So it's just a buzzword. It is all mouth. They've been saying the same thing. I mean, I'm 58 now. They've been saying the same guff since I was 18 and first got politically aware.
So time goes past after this big promise, and the North get pissed off. A good chunk of them voted Brexit, and it seems to be mainly as like a fuck you to Westminster. They thought it was like a we got ya. Turns out the North is most likely to be most negatively affected by Brexit, but at least they got them right. After a while, the government then re-skinned the idea of Northern Powerhouse and called it levelling up. Now the government had realised like it's not so much a North and South divide as much as it is the whole country is fucked, and now we need to invest loads of money to try and fix it. But with all these big claims, obviously COVID happened, and then you had Rishi Sunak saying that
I am ending this long-running saga. I am cancelling the rest of the HS2 project.
But obviously not the southern leg, we'll be keeping that. This was like the high-speed rail that would have probably been quite beneficial to the North, but again, it just, for some reason, it didn't happen.
The facts have changed, and the right thing to do when the facts change is to have the courage to change direction.
Look, man, I could just keep going. It really doesn't stop. But we've focused all of our energy on the profitable sides of Britain and just left everywhere else, particularly the North, just go into decline. And that can only really work for so long until the strain that puts on the richer parts of the country starts adding up, and those costs go up and up. All the while, we just become less and less productive as a nation. And it just seems obvious to me. Like, if you want to keep a fire burning, you need to put some logs in there from time to time.
We've had decades of lack of investment, and then Britain has always been guilty of short-termism. So it's always been like spivs, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So rather than planning ahead, we've always been, how can we make money quick?
If you enjoyed that video, be sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel,
I did.
and join
I thought
our
it was
Discord where we chat about all these
really
topics.
fucking good. Jimmy the Giant's good. I want to know more. Damn, it's coming down really hard. You can hear it. Big storm tonight. Damn it, I just fixed this camera. I want to work.
Autopilot jumping.
What is that? Get it out of the way.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace.
I have friends who are aristocrats, I have friends who are upper class, I have friends who are, working class, but working class. But
deep down inside of every single British person on Earth is a radar that allows us to detect someone's class. You can listen to all the drill music you like. You can wear all the Adidas you want. But I know deep down that you shop at Waitrose.
Hunter, Barrington, Chessington. I hate to inform
You shop at Walmart, right? Yeah.
But in 2024, things are different. The upper class saw a 20% rise in billionaires post-pandemic, whilst the home-owning middle class is shrinking. So today we're going to explore the past and the future of the Great British class system.
So is the class system ceasing to be?
This dumbing down is the desire of the champagne socialists to destroy the non-shitty realm.
Too far.
There's more. Okay, far enough.
Approaching.
Not go far enough.
The untouchables, considered impure and unclean, are unworthy to belong to any caste. By tradition, they are the lowliest of the low.
Oh my god.
There's always been the haves and the have-nots.
Oh, I have a simple
In India,
bench.
for instance,
Nice.
if
Let's see
you're a
place of
member of the
decoration
family,
a simple
you
bench.
are so low. Your class is so low that you literally can't use the same cutlery as people above you. But in some nations, it's much less pronounced. Like in Scandinavian nations. But the British class system is revered. It's well known. And you might be wondering, where exactly did it come from? This requires us going all the way back to the Saxon era.
Warp drive active.
There was like a king of England, there was nobles, and there was freemen and serfs. So we had a class system, but it was just a little bit chiller. It was simplified, it was relaxed. But then Britain got invaded.
I'm here with William the Conqueror, King of England.
As you all know, the French are the worst people on earth, but this fact has its origins all the way back in 1066. Basically, you had this boy called William the Conqueror. He came over from France with a group called the Normans. They brought loads of them over, the server started lagging, we were getting low FPS, and basically they got lucky and kind of took over England. But Willie, he had a new system, and a new way of running society, and that was called
Approaching
feudal.
Stargate.
much it was exactly the same as how the world was being run, but it was French, so it was more sophisticated. As Willie took over England, he gave all of the top knights, all of the boys by his side, the ownership of big plots of land. I don't know how they divvied it out, I don't know who got unlucky and became the Lord of Luton, but this would be the beginning of what was later known as the British aristocracy.
Charles Anthony Peter Duncombe, 6th Baron Feversham, age 23.
Being aristocratic is a state of mind. And Lord is no different from anybody else. He is one of God's children.
To give you some perspective, if you're a Norman aristocrat, you might live in Windsor Castle or something like this. It was like wooden forts surrounded by stone. They weren't as beautiful as they'd later become. They were eating loads of food. They were just chilling all day with the bros, passing laws, speaking French. And it was a massive vibe. And then you had the Anglo-Saxons. Them boys just mud huts made of straw and horse shit, manual labour, work in the field and speaking English. Yikes. And to be honest, it kind of looked like it was going to stay like that forever. That was until the Black Death.
We're expecting severe outbreaks of the plague this year. Sweeping over on ships from Europe, it's expected to spread right across England.
Between 1346 and 1353, roughly half of the European population were decimated. Obviously, it completely obliterated most of the working class. They were living in unsanitary conditions anyway.
Towns and cities will be the worst affected, with people dying in vast numbers. Here, and indeed here.
But this was probably the best thing that ever happened to them. And not just because it gave them the sweet release of death, but mainly because it upped their labour value. Bazza looks around and realises, hang on a fucking second, with all these boys gone, I suppose I can start asking for a bit more money. So basically, after the Black Death, life started to kind of improve for the working class. So your boy King Edward III, he was starting to notice that the peasants had a few less holes in their shoes, and he went, hold on, what the bloody hell is happening? So he passed some laws to basically say, look, you can't pay the peasants more money. We're going to return wages back to how they were pre-plague. And that went down like a lead balloon. Before we go any further in this video, I want to give a massive shout out to today's sponsor, Squarespace. Squarespace is the #1 platform for building your own beautiful website, including Squarespace Blueprint AI and SEO tools. This AI can help you create your own website that's completely unique to what it is you do. And the optimized SEO tools will just help you appear higher in search results. As well, now there's flexible payments, so you can pay with Apple Pay, PayPal, loads of different payment providers. And in some countries, you can even do buy now, pay later, using Afterpay and ClearPay. And then finally, and most excitingly, Squarespace AI, which you can put a prompt in and it will actually do the copyright on your website. And of course, you can then just tweak it and adjust it yourself. It's great for like product descriptions and text on the website. So be sure to head over to squarespace.com/JimmyTheGiant and to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain, use the code JimmyTheGiant. Anyway, back to the video.
Autopilot.
I'll be honest, the Peasants' Revolt was a bit shit, you know. It got clamped down pretty quickly. The king didn't get beheaded, nothing exciting happened. But, and you'll notice that this is a common theme, it did slowly and passively cause some change in British society. And so from here, we would get the first release of a brand new class DLC, and that was the Merchant class. £1 a pound of bananas. Excuse me, sweetheart, can I interest you in a little sniff on these onions? A merchant, simply put, is someone who makes money selling the products of someone's labour. But now as feudalism was coming to an end and the British Empire was starting to develop, we would start to see international trade routes appear, giving us some access to some dope shit. And a very particular type of working class Del Boy saw this as a fucking opportunity.
But for just £1.50, you can invest in one of these super deluxe trimming combs.
Hashtag be your own boss, hashtag rise and grind, hashtag hustle culture. This merchant class was raking in a lot of money. And some of these merchants would have come from very poor working class backgrounds. They were self-made, they were able to rise up through society's class structure via this new system called
capitalism, God's way of determining who is smart and who is poor.
These lads, I'm talking about Mickey the New Money Merchant, their culture, like their lifestyle was hilarious. And we can see that through this term, nouveau riche. This word, it translates from French, obviously, and it means new money.
And you are? Old money. Is old money better than new money?
Oh, definitely.
Because?
Because
you've only just got money. We've had it for
Moving to
ages.
Stargate.
It's an insult, basically,
Drive
for when a person
active.
from a very poor background quickly gets money and then they try and emulate the lives of the upper class. So as we moved into the industrial era and these new money bros were coming along, they would start doing things like building massive, grand, aristocratic mansions. They would have these big, elaborate parties. They would buy art that they probably don't even know the name of the artist. Their homes would be super over-decorated, with furnishings, hangings, you know, all the bells and whistles. But the problem was that it lacked taste. It lacked sophistication. It was garish. They didn't know what they were doing. They just had a load of money and thought this is what you're meant to do with it.
What's up? My name is Chase, and I'm the youngest flexer in the game. Hey, get a zoom in on that.
And so in this period, there was a very weird power dynamic, whereby a lot of these new money merchants, like a boy band, were actually becoming wealthier than the aristocrats.
I get a feeling of superiority over them. I get a feeling
Autopilot
of inferiority
jumping.
over him. But a feeling of superiority over him. I get a pain in the back of my neck.
It's like the new money bros were like trying to marry into aristocracy. They were trying to get titles. They would even purchase titles like knighthoods, baronetcies, and some would actually buy the estates, the land, off of the aristocrats. And so you might be there thinking, hang on a second, why? Why are the aristocrats selling all their estates? Why are they selling these titles? Well, that's because some of the aristocrats were starting to go broke.
They once ruled their fiefdoms, lording it over the commoners from their grand estates. Now, some of them, like Francis Fulford, can barely keep a roof over their heads.
In other words, I had an ancestor who pissed the money up against the wall.
So look, if there's one important thing you need to know about aristocrats, that is, they don't work. They don't do work. Work, no, 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 no. And that is what makes them better than all of us. What an aristocrat fundamentally does is own land that they inherited from birth and pass laws that tell everyone what to do. Simple. But as this merchant class, which started to become called the middle class, as this started to grow, they challenged the power of the aristocrats. Slowly, they would gain political power. One of the most important moments I think we can look at is when they repealed the corn laws. This was a law that put high tariffs on foreign import of corn. So basically, in favour of the aristocrats that owned estates, that had large farms and peasants working on it, making corn. When that protectionist law went, they were now in direct competition with the capitalists. And the capitalists had an advantage because they actually worked. I look at this moment as a key turning point in the power dynamic between the middle class, the merchants, and the aristocracy. And we would actually see a lot of the more ardent anti-work aristocrats going broke and having to sell their estates.
Francis Fulford inherited this fortified mansion over 40 years ago, but over the years the house has fallen further and further into disrepair. And finally, the money has run out.
Landowners like me always call ourselves asset-rich, income-poor.
For class in Britain during this time, it really changed what it meant. Originally, middle class and merchant class, it was kind of like an interchangeable term. But as time had passed, there would be more distinctions between like what level of middle class you are. The new Industrial Revolution created new jobs, new types of jobs, managerial jobs, lawyers, doctors, these kind of more professional roles that weren't quite as high earning as being like an industrialist, but certainly separated you from being a manual worker. And so bear in mind that in the UK, education wasn't free until 1891. This more defined middle class started to form where families that had some money could send their kids to school, and they would become the bankers, the lawyers, the managers, etc. During the Industrial Revolution, the middle class really became a force in British society, leading us to the 1832 Reform Act, where the middle class really cemented its power, as they were able to expand the rules on who could vote. No longer was Parliament completely ruled by aristocracy.
I have got innate breeding, but I have not got any money. So sometimes I look up to him. I still look up to him, because although I have money, I am vulgar.
The three main classes in Great Britain, which is the upper class, middle class, and working class, they have three very different belief sets and three very different ways of living.
And then you shook hands to Neville Chamberlain, just how do you do? And then Lord Londonderry would be very nice too, and say, oh, hello.
You have got to come out and fight Junior Tree Brothers. 4 brothers here, one to fight 4 youths.
On a very surface level, we can look at things like accents. The working class will have very regional accents, like very thick accents.
I've got grandchildren today, I'm afraid to talk to them because they're so posh here. Hello, grandfather. How are you?
Then obviously you have the Manchester accent, Liverpool accent, and then the ones that no one understands, which is Welsh, Irish and Scottish.
Particularly for some of our colleagues who have a disability.
Sorry, it must be something to do with my Antipodean background. Could you please repeat the question because I didn't follow it?
But like the historic stereotype of a working class person would go as follows. They would work in low pay manual jobs. Their behaviour is maybe a little less proper.
He's having a fucking laugh.
Autopilot jumping.
They might spend their free time in pubs drinking beer with the boys, watching footy.
Autopilot
Probably they're living in tightly
Waypoint
packed
reached.
urban environments. Maybe limited education. Importantly, they would rent accommodation, probably shit accommodation. They would never really own it. They didn't have enough money to buy a property. So this, very importantly, meant they never had any economic stability. If they got fired or got ill, or maybe their landlord just didn't like them, they had no power in those situations. If they were kicked to the curb, their life was fucked. And so when it came to the attitude of the working class, it was very much defined by survival.
To be honest, Barry, I'm just trying to get by, mate.
But then you have the middle class.
There's a slice of pomegranate in there as well.
No, darling, it's not pomegranate. What do you actually think it is? Give another go.
It's grapefruit.
Yes, so yes.
I don't know my fruit.
Typically, these boys worked in more sort of expertise jobs. They're managers, they're doctors, they're lawyers. They come from good education, they speak in quite a clear, you can maybe hear some regional accent, but it's probably more neutral than the working class. If they go to a pub, it's probably more of a middle class, cosy, country pub. Very importantly, they own property. They're not renting, and they're probably living in more suburban, rural areas. And so the middle class have a degree of economic stability. And so this affects their attitude to life. They're aspirational. They deeply believe in meritocracy. If I just work hard, and if I show my talent, life will reward me.
Thomas Richard John Long Challoner, 3rd Baron Gisborough, age 41, went from Eton to the Welsh Guards. The Challoner family goes back to the 12th century.
But then you have the upper class. Their accent is ridiculous. It sounds probably like this. Typically their accent doesn't have any regional twang to it. It's just this kind of made up accent. Very importantly, they don't work. No working for me. I'll just put my money into some industry and hope that Damien knows what he's doing with it.
Genuinely think you are sitting on a gold mine. I really do. I don't say that lightly.
We are not
point?
competing with a hotel.
I know.
We are not a fucking hotel.
It's not strictly true that they didn't work. I'm kind of playing. They were in politics most often, and they're considered like the ruling class. They make the laws. They will, of course, own manor houses, vast estates of land. Their behaviour is very formal, very reserved. They'll do lessons in like decorum and elocution, I think is the word. God, I'm a peasant. They'll literally care about what angle a fork is on a table, because that is very important, obviously. The aristocrats will go to elite schools. I'm talking like Eton, Oxford, Cambridge. Most interesting to me is their attitude. Their attitudes historically was not meritocracy. It was aristocracy. It was the belief in a birthright. I am just sick because I have fucking clean blood in me. That's why all these marriages between the aristocrats were so important, and you'll see it in every period drama, because they wanted to keep their bloodlines pure. I don't really know what that means, but it sounds Hitler-y.
Come on, crack those atoms. You, turn out those pockets.
As time had passed, the merchant class just kept getting bigger and bigger because they were actually making money, in many situations outpacing aristocracy. But despite these merchants' humble beginnings, despite the fact that they were once upon a time one of the boys, they basically turned their back on the peasants and just absolutely fucked them over. Awful working conditions, low pay, little advocacy for their right to vote. And this wasn't just happening in Britain, this was happening all across Europe. And so something started to happen. In the same way that the middle class, the merchants, they gained power through collective bargaining of the guilds, the working class made their own cool, fun collective of bros, and that would be called workers' unions. Originally, they just set out to sort of argue for better pay, better working conditions, and eventually they kind of led bloody revolutions all around Europe.
where either they would literally kill off the aristocrats like they did in France, or if it failed in killing them like in Germany and Austria, in order to appease these kind of enraged working class people, slowly the aristocratic classes would sort of lose their power. But you see, whilst all this madness was going on, Britain took a different approach. Britain never had some bloody revolution. We didn't decapitate any kings or queens. We did something very different. So what Britain did specifically to its aristocrats was basically we nerfed them. A series of laws throughout the 1900s took away the aristocratic powers. Originally, they would have a seat in the House of Lords just by the fact that their dad did, and so we'd get the Parliament Act in 1911 all the way up until the House of Lords Act in 1999. Literally 1999. They still technically had power up until then, and this basically removed the automatic right for the aristocracy to sit in the House of Lords. And also we can look at our monarchy and the way that changed. All of the royal power now in 2024 is symbolic. It's a symbol of tradition. Like, for instance, the Prime Minister has to ask the King if he can lead the country, and the King has to say yes, or I don't know.
Yeah, or I don't know. Yeah, like things Brits are afraid of.
Throughout the 20th century, through things like inheritance tax and changes to land ownership laws, basically the sit back and chill lives of the aristocrats slowly started to come to an end. Still, aristocrats exist, but it's just far fewer, and they have to actually kind of earn their money. And many of the very large, historically important estates are now in the hands of a charity, the National Trust. I think there's a few others. And so all of this leaves Britain in a very weird and particular scenario. Because we never consciously destroyed the class system like many other European nations did, social class still exists in this very strange way in Britain where, quite literally, it makes zero sense.
What class are you? I think it is for others to do. I'm a man of Somerset. I mean, I would say
I'm a man of Somerset. Brits are so funny.
Well, I'm certainly not part of the aristocracy.
I don't really see a difference between the aristocracy and them. I think of them as the aristocracy.
Vox populi, vox dei.
What I mean by
Who is this stuffy, you know?
The boy is worth more than 400 million. He's culturally important. He's even got a royal title of OBE. But yet, David Beckham is working class. He's always going to be working class. There's no way, he can't, no amount of money, nothing will stop David being a working class boy.
We're very working class. It depends. No. Okay, in the 80s, my dad had a Rolls Royce.
But then let's say Rishi Sunak, who's worth 700 million, not that much more than David Beckham, he's the Prime Minister of England. But due to the fact that he is kind of like a self-made man in a way, he didn't just inherit his position like aristocrats do. Rishi Sunak has no titles, no inherited social standing. He doesn't talk in the royal regal accent, he just talks in a well-spoken accent. So technically, Rishi Sunak is upper middle class. Class really makes very little sense here, and it makes less sense every single day as the world changes. One example would be like manual workers. Manual working class people, like a builder type of thing, they can be very wealthy now. They can make more money than a lot of white collar jobs. And so you can have working class Steve, and he's earning 80 grand a year as a manual worker, owns a house, owns a car, is married, has kids. But in social terms, he could be considered working class, where you might have a Michael working an office job. He pays rent, he makes 30 grand a year, but he is considered middle class. So I mean, you try and explain it to me, because I'm lost.
But the architecture of that very different era could be hiding behind its doors the risk of Britain slipping back to a time of two nations, that Victorian age gap between mainstream society and an impoverished underclass. Not some tiny minority either, but more than 13 million people.
The reason that social class is so much harder to kind of define now is because of after World War II, where social mobility was more flexible than it had ever been. But all this history now leaves these strange impacts on the way that the general British public thinks about things.
But now I just feel like some people have heaven benefits as a lifestyle's choice, and I was reading an article about an Afghan family that come over. The woman now has another child on the way, so that will be 12. The man is working, but only as a delivery driver.
Look, at the moment, 40% of claimants of universal credit are in work. The bigger question is not why people should or should not be getting benefits, but why work doesn't pay enough so that the state has to supplement.
Yep, there you go. That's what everybody asks all the time, but never answers. Is why don't we pay enough? Why would you work if it's only for 30 grand a year? When you know that's what a car costs. Are you gonna spend an entire year's income on a car? Fuck no. How are you gonna pay rent? Worthless piece of shit government.
These two attitudes, in my opinion, have left a passive belief amongst lots of the British public where quietly they see poverty or people of the lower class as being like just a bit lazy or work shy, they're unmotivated, and kind of being poor is sort of their fault.
Suella Braverman has floated the idea of limiting the use of tents by homeless people and described life on the streets as a lifestyle choice on social media.
But the problem with this way of thinking is it just doesn't account for how different the world is right now than it was 50 or so years ago. For a good period post-war, there was a lot of opportunity for social mobility. And so meritocracy did exist. If you worked hard, you probably could elevate your life. And that's because, equivalent to the amount of money you would make, the world was significantly cheaper. There was tons of support for the working class, you know, social housing, welfare state, cheaper education. And so there was more social mobility, and there was an opportunity for meritocracy to thrive. But things are very different for the younger generation now, and I think slowly people are starting to realise it as they see that the British middle class and many middle classes all around the world are shrinking.
I made millions of pounds betting that the average British family will collapse into poverty. Desperate poverty. I'm thinking about Charles Dickens, Oliver Twist. That is the future of this country if we don't deal with growing inequality. That is what I see. We've seen government debt explode. We've seen living standards collapse for ordinary working people. At the same time,
got killed before I could jump in an ibis.
Increase in the wealth of millionaires and billionaires.
Nowadays we live in this era where the ruling class isn't the aristocracy. It's more middle upper class people. This class built their lives on hard work. They were raised in private elite schools. They worked hard in their lives and achieved good things in their profession. My hat goes off to them. So in their lives, meritocracy does exist. But this is where like the disconnect happens, and I think you can see it in this clip.
Hi, Rishi, what's your name? What do you have when you work in business? Do you want some fruit? I'm homeless. Actually, I'm
The truth is, there is always exceptional people who can kind of come out of the worst scenarios and achieve tons. But for every one Alan Sugar you have thousands, I think how many thousands you have of people who just do what everyone else does in their scenario. Most people aren't exceptional. Most people are normal. And most people don't thrive worrying about whether they can put food on the table, afford heating, afford rent. And so lots of people at the bottom are forced into like a survival mode. Survival mode, for most people, isn't the best conditions to come up with some cool business idea or a banana cooler that you can control with an app on your phone. And so sometimes when class gets so divided, you even create what some people call an underclass. These are the people that don't work at all, and often this can become more criminal, more violent, etc. That really isn't very good for anyone. So when I finally think about what do I think class will look like in the future, I do think we're in this kind of make or break position where I think class divides could get far worse, far more problems, far more criminality, and perhaps we might have this like arbitrary symbolic middle class based on things like what their accent is. But I think as that gap gets worse and worse, we're going to see the living standards of people who aren't ultra wealthy becoming more and more similar, and I can't see it getting better unless something changes. I'd be really excited to hear your opinion on this on my Discord. Come join that, links in the description. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace. Britain and America are like twins, separated from birth. One was raised in fine aristocracy, and the other was abandoned at a gas station and told, good luck. These two great nations have dominated the world both economically, militarily, and culturally.
Everyone in Britain got in a big old boat, and we set sail, and we robbed, and this will sound far-fetched, everyone in the world.
Whilst having spawned from the same origins, they went off in their own two directions, becoming both very similar and very different.
Yo, we all are great. We all should think that we're great. There's no reason for you to not think that you're great.
I've started to get this feeling that I'm totally fucked. You know, everything's fucked.
Today, we will analyse American versus British culture.
The American comic hero is a wisecracker who is above his material
and who is above the idiots around him. You know that scene in Animal House where there's a fellow playing folk music on a guitar. John Belushi picks up the guitar and destroys it. And the cinema will love it because he just smashes it and then waggles his eyebrows at the camera. Everyone said, God, he's so great. Well, a British comedian would want to play the folk singer.
It's true.
Comedy is a great way of revealing a culture's ideas. So American comedy and British comedy, they're very different. American comedies always tend to be built around the idea of like optimism and positivity.
Be curious, not judgmental. I like that.
There's typically always the notion that things can get better. You can see this in the character Leslie Knope in Parks and Rec.
I can do it. I can crush him. I promise.
And typically, in an American comedy, the cool guy is the main character.
I love Leslie Knope. Damn, I almost died there. He definitely killed my
Let's compare that
pet.
to British comedies. Typically, the idea in a British comedy is that life will always disappoint you.
We need to have a talk.
You finishing with me?
We weren't ever really.
Oh,
I see you not around, but here.
see you.
Not around, but you.
Secondly, you'll never make it in life. All your dreams and hopes and optimism is ultimately futile.
I have this dream. You and I own this skyscraper office block on the South Bank. And above us, on top of the skyscraper, in 50-foot-high neon lettering, are the initials of Trotters, independent traders.
Just above your head is the word tip.
Another idea that is shown is that you can always expect the worst thing to happen.
So, yeah. Right, thank you very much. Do you like it? Oh, so I put that on you. Brilliant. You want another beer? Was that my beer? Yeah. Yes.
And finally, the main character, the point of focus in a British comedy will typically be some awkward loser.
I like your glasses.
I'm afraid they're not for sale. Laugh all you want, they're not for sale.
And so this leads us to our first key cultural difference. And that is American idealism versus British realism. Instead of me telling you this, I'm going to show you it through expressions. Americans will say things like this. Well, you know what they say. The sky's the limits. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Whereas in Britain, we'll say things like, got hope for the best, but expect the worst, mate. We literally have a thing called sod's law. What can go wrong, will go wrong. And then let's say you have a situation where something is looking good. You've got an opportunity.
Sod's law.
Americans will say, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Whereas we'll literally say, well, old boy, don't count your chickens before they hatch. And then finally, if you're in America and your whole life is going terribly, it's looking awful, Americans say, well, it's always darkest before dawn. In England, if everything's going well, we'll say, yeah, mate, but this is just the calm before the storm. So you might be wondering, why? Why do we have these very distinct attitude differences? Before we go any further with this video, cold turkey might be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're talking about today's video sponsor, Fume. When it comes to bad habits, not everything is inherently wrong. So instead of some drastic, uncomfortable change to your lifestyle, why don't you just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative and award-winning device that does just that. Instead of vapor, Fume is literally just flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals,
Wait, that's
Fume
stealing?
uses all natural delicious flavors. Each Fume comes with an adjustable airflow dial. The flavors are honestly delicious. You have orange vanilla, you then have a raspberry lemon, and then you got sparkling grapefruit. I'll be honest, I really like the product. It really feels great. The quality is amazing. It looks cool. Fume has served over 100,000 happy customers and has had thousands of success stories. And there's no reason that couldn't be you too. So join Fume today by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com/JimmyTheGiant or scan the QR code and use the code JimmyTheGiant to get 10% off when you get your Journey Pack today. Anyway, back to the video.
Now stand aside, worthy adversaries.